Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. Real documented experiences, selected with care, and adapted for quiet, sleep-friendly listening. Truth stays firm. The mood deepens. Please like and subscribe, and tap the bell for new episodes. No more than 3 ads in the first 15 minutes, then uninterrupted playback. Literary horror shaped from authentic accounts for sophisticated listeners. Sleep well and dream dark. I wasn't supposed to be on that road that late. My GPS had rerouted me off the interstate because of construction, and I was too stubborn to backtrack once I saw the detour sign. It was the kind of rural highway that looks normal in daylight. 2 lanes, a few mailboxes, long stretches of nothing, but at night it turns into a tunnel of your own headlights. No streetlights, no houses close enough to throw a porch glow. Just black on both sides and reflective markers flashing by like tiny eyes. I drive a lot for work, so I've built habits that feel paranoid until they save you. Doors locked as soon as I sit down. Windows up when I'm alone. Keep at least half a tank. And if something feels off, I don't negotiate with myself about being a good person. I get out of the situation first. Then I figure out what to do from safety. That night, I had a box in the back seat that I needed to drop in a town about 40 minutes away, and I was already running late. The heater was working overtime against the cold, and the windshield kept fogging at the edges, so I had the defroster on and the radio low. There were no other cars for so long that my high beam stayed on without me thinking about it. Then the road dipped. It wasn't a dramatic hill, just enough that my headlights pointed down into a shallow valley of asphalt. My beam swept the pavement and caught something pale ahead, dead center in my lane. I eased off the gas, more out of reflex than caution, and my brain tried to label what I was seeing before it made sense. A person, standing in the middle of the road. They weren't walking, they weren't crossing, they were planted there like a signpost. Feet wide, shoulders squared into the oncoming light. Their face was washed out by my headlights and everything else around them was swallowed by the dark. Both hands held a piece of cardboard at chest height. As I got closer, the letters snapped into focus. Help. I felt that immediate, dumb human pull in my chest. The one that says stop, roll down the window, ask what happened. My foot hovered over the brake. My hand actually moved toward the center console where my phone was charging. And then something else happened that cut through the instinct like a blade. The cardboard dipped for half a second, and in that tiny movement, my headlights hit the edge of the ditch on the right side of the road. Not the grass, not the reflective post. A shape, low, crouched. It wasn't an animal. It had angles, knees, a shoulder, a head turned toward me, just outside the beam, like it had been waiting for the light to swing its way. My stomach dropped so hard it felt physical. I looked left, forcing my eyes into the darkness beyond the painted line, and saw another shape in the opposite ditch. Same posture, same low profile. Someone hugging the ground like they were hiding behind the lip of the shoulder. 2 people, one on each side, tucked down where you wouldn't notice unless the light hit them just right. The person with the sign stood perfectly still, blocking my lane. My speed had bled down without me realizing it. The car's engine sounded suddenly loud. My headlights filled their legs with sharp white light. They didn't wave. They didn't step toward the shoulder. They just held help up like it was an instruction. I didn't think about what they wanted. I didn't try to invent a story where it was all harmless. My brain went straight to the shape of it. Lure, stop, surround. There was no shoulder wide enough to squeeze around safely. The ditches were steep enough that if I dropped a tire, I'd be stuck. If I stopped in front of the sign, they'd have me boxed in on both sides. I pressed the accelerator. Not all the way, not a dramatic punch that would spin the tires, just a firm, committed push that told my body, my hands, and the car itself we were not doing this. The engine note rose. The speedometer climbed. My knuckles went tight on the wheel. The person with the sign didn't move until the last second. When they did, it wasn't a panic jump to safety. It was a smooth sidestep, almost lazy like they'd expected me to brake. and wanted to stay in front of me for as long as possible. They slipped toward the center line as if to force me to choose between hitting them or dropping into the ditch. I didn't choose either. I held my lane just long enough to make it clear I was coming through, then drifted left, giving myself inches I didn't have. The tires hummed over the painted line. For a split second, the cardboard flashed in my headlights, so bright the word "help, help" looked like it was burning. Then I was past them. The whole thing took maybe 2 seconds, but my body reacted like I'd been underwater and finally broke the surface. My lungs pulled in air too fast. My heartbeat was in my throat. I kept driving, eyes darting between the road ahead and my rearview mirror. In the mirror, my taillights threw red light back into the darkness, and I saw movement explode out of both ditches. They ran hard, full sprint, toward the spot where I had slowed. Not after my car, not chasing my bumper, not waving or yelling. They converged on the middle of the road, on the exact place where I would have been sitting if I'd stopped. In the mirror's narrow frame, it looked coordinated, practiced, the way people move when they already know what comes next. One of them lifted an arm like they were reaching for something, but it was too far away to see what. Another bent down near the shoulder as if grabbing an object off the ground. The person with the sign turned, not following me, just watching my car disappear into the darkness ahead. For an instant, their face was lit by my taillights, and I got the clearest look I'd had all night. Not injured, not desperate, not lost, calm. Then the road curved, and they vanished from the mirror. I didn't slow down again for a long time. My mind tried to bargain with what I'd seen. Maybe they were stranded and the two in the ditch were trying to flag traffic too. Maybe it was some messed up prank. Maybe I was overreacting, but the maybes didn't fit the details. No car on the shoulder, no hazard lights, no phone flashlight, no frantic waving, just a person planted in my lane with a sign, and two more hidden low like they didn't want to be seen until the right moment. Even if there was some innocent explanation, I couldn't afford to discover it the hard way. I waited until I'd put a few miles behind me before I touched my phone. I didn't want the glow in my cabin while I was still in that stretch of nothing. I kept one hand on the wheel and used the other to hit the emergency call option, letting the car's Bluetooth do the work. When the dispatcher answered, I forced myself to talk like I was reading a list, not confessing to something. I told them I was on the rural highway between two towns, gave the last mile marker I remembered passing, described the dip in the road and the lack of lighting, and said there were multiple people involved. I told them about the help sign and the two figures in the ditches. I said I hadn't stopped and that I didn't think it was safe for anyone to stop. My voice sounded strange in my own ears, too steady, too loud in the quiet car. The dispatcher asked me to repeat the location, and I did. They asked for descriptions, and that's where I stumbled, because the truth is I didn't have much beyond silhouettes and a cardboard sign. I described clothing as best I could. Dark jackets, hoods, maybe jeans. Adult size. No obvious reflective gear. No visible vehicle. They told me they'd notify Highway Patrol, and asked if I could turn around to meet an officer. I said no, and I didn't soften it. I told them I would keep driving to the next lit area and wait there if someone wanted to take a statement. They didn't argue. They just told me to stay on the line until I felt safe. When I finally hit a stretch where the trees opened and I saw a gas station glow in the distance, I pulled in like I was docking a ship after a storm. The place was closed, but the pumps were lit, and a security camera sat above the door. I parked under the brightest light, engine running, doors locked, and I realized my hands were shaking hard enough that the steering wheel trembled under my grip. I sat there staring at my own reflection in the windshield, trying to slow my breathing. The dispatcher asked if I was okay. I said I was fine, which was a lie, but it was the kind of lie people say because the alternative is admitting how close you feel to something you can't fully name. Highway Patrol called me back a few minutes later. The trooper's voice was calm in that practiced way, like he'd heard plenty of stories that started with, "I know this sounds crazy." He asked where I was now, confirmed what direction I'd been traveling, and had me walk through it again from the beginning. I gave the same facts. Dark road, person in the lane, help sign, two in the ditches. I slowed, saw them, accelerated, watched them run to the spot where I'd slowed. He didn't tell me I imagined it. He didn't laugh. He didn't sound surprised either. He asked if I'd seen any vehicle tucked into a driveway or pulled off behind brush. I told him no. He asked if I'd noticed any debris in the road that might have been meant to force me to stop. I told him no. He asked if the person with the sign looked injured, limping, bleeding, anything like that. I told him they looked steady, deliberate. He said very carefully that they'd send someone to check the area, and that I did the right thing by not stopping. He told me to stay where there were lights and cameras for a while, and to call back if I noticed any vehicle following me. After I hung up, I realized how loud the silence was. I kept scanning the parking lot. Every time headlights passed on the far road, my body braced like it expected them to turn in. Nobody did. The camera above the door blinked a tiny red light. Watching nothing, eventually I drove the rest of the way with my heart still sprinting in my chest. Every time I saw a dark patch near the shoulder, my eyes snapped to it. Every mailbox looked like a person. Every reflective marker looked like an eye. I didn't sleep much when I got home. I kept replaying the moment the cardboard dipped and my high beams caught that crouched shape in the ditch. If I'd been tired, if my lights were dim, if I'd been looking at my phone for directions at the wrong second, if I'd decided to be the helpful stranger. A couple days later, I called the highway patrol number back and asked if they'd found anyone. The person who answered didn't give me details. They only said they checked the area and didn't locate anyone matching my description. That's the part that bothers me the most, even more than the image of 3 people in a black valley of road. It's how quickly it all could dissolve. No evidence, no official story, just a memory that stays sharp, because your body believed it before your brain had time to argue. I still drive at night for work, and I still lock my doors out of habit. But now, whenever I'm on an isolated stretch and my headlights carve a tunnel through the dark, I catch myself watching the ditches as much as the road. I don't look for deer anymore. I look for shapes that don't want to be seen until you stop. And sometimes, when a sign ahead flares white in my high beams and my eyes pick out a silhouette near the shoulder, I feel that same sick drop in my stomach. The thought hits me in the simplest words possible. If they'd been better at hiding, I would have stopped. I would have rolled down my window. I would have leaned forward, trying to read a face in the dark. I would have been exactly where they ran to. When they ran, I'm writing this down because I kept a copy of the incident report for myself, and every time I convince myself there's a simple explanation, something small pulls the memory back into focus. I was the night shift janitor for a cleaning contractor that handled a handful of corporate buildings downtown. Most of them were exactly the same after hours: glass doors that locked with a sigh, elevator music that never shut up, and carpet that held onto the day's coffee smell no matter how much you steamed it. The building on West Mercer was my least favorite, but it paid the same, and I wasn't picky. That night started like any other. I parked under the buzzing fluorescents in the garage and rolled my cart out of the supply closet by the service elevator. The air inside had that over-conditioned bite, cold enough to make your knuckles ache when you wrung out a mop. There were motion sensors in the hallways, so the lights came on in sections, turning the place into a sequence of little stages. As you moved, the building woke up in front of you and fell asleep behind you. I worked my usual loop: lobby bathrooms first, then the first floor offices, then up. I'm practical about my shifts. I don't wear earbuds. I don't rush. I check door handles, wipe the obvious smudges, empty the bins that look like they'll smell by morning. It's boring work, and I like it that way. It was sometime after midnight when I heard the laugh. It wasn't loud, it wasn't right next to me. It floated down the corridor like it had bounced off the glass and drywall a few times, before reaching my ears. A child's laugh, light and breathy, like the sound you get when someone is trying not to laugh and failing. I stopped with one gloved hand on the handle of a trash can and listened. The building's normal noises were there under it. The hum of vents, a distant clank from the plumbing, my cart's wheels settling. No footsteps, no talking, no elevator chime, Just that small laugh, and then nothing. My first thought was simple. Someone must have stayed late. Someone's kid, maybe. That happens more than people think, especially when deadlines hit. The building was supposed to be empty after 10, but supposed to be doesn't mean much in an office. I took my keys off my belt, mostly out of habit. Metal in my hand makes me feel less exposed. I walked toward where the sound seemed to come from, down the long hallway that led to the break room and the big conference spaces. The motion lights clicked on ahead of me, one after another, and my shadow stretched and snapped shorter with each section. The break room door was ajar. That bothered me more than the laugh. I close doors when I'm done. The day crew closes doors. The security guard closes doors on his rounds. A door left open means someone came through after the last person who cared. I pushed it the rest of the way open with my shoulder. The break room was lit by the blue-white glow of a television mounted high in the corner. It was on, tuned to nothing. Just static, that crawling snow that makes your eyes itch if you stare at it too long. The sound was low but constant, like sand pouring. No one was inside. The tables were wiped clean, chairs tucked in. The refrigerator door had the usual taped-up notices about expired lunches. The coffee machine sat dark and silent, with a smear of dried grounds where someone had missed the bin. The laugh came again, clearer this time, like it was in the same room. I snapped my head toward the sound and then toward the door, half expecting a kid to dart out from behind the vending machine. There was nowhere to hide. The break room was all open space and glossy cabinets. Static hissed. The laugh stopped. I walked under the TV and reached up. The buttons were on the side. My fingertips found the power, and I pressed it. The screen went black. The sudden quiet made the room feel larger, like a blanket had been pulled off something. For a few seconds, there was only the vent hum and my breathing. Then the laugh came again, and it was above me. Not above as in louder, but above as in upstairs. It traveled through the ceiling tiles, muffled and wrong, like someone giggling into a pillow on the floor above. I stared up at the grid of tiles and the recessed lights, waiting for something to shift, for dust to fall, for a tile to bow. Nothing moved. I left the break room with my cart and went back into the hallway. The building's layout on that side had the stairs at the end. I could have taken the elevator, but stairs let you hear more, and I wanted to hear more. I wanted to know if I was chasing someone or if I'd just imagined it. The stairwell door opened with a soft click of the latch. Inside, the concrete smelled damp, like old rain. The fluorescent tube over the landing flickered, always did, and made the paint look sallow. As I started up, I kept telling myself it was a phone, a video, a late worker messing around. The laugh had that recorded quality, like it didn't care about echo the way a real voice does. The more I focused on that idea, the better I felt. My shoulders loosened. My steps sounded normal again instead of cautious. Halfway to the next floor, the stairwell door above me swung inward and then closed. Slow and gentle, like it had been pushed and then pulled shut. I froze on the stairs. There's a particular kind of silence you get when you stop moving in a place like that. The building doesn't stop humming, but your brain stops filtering it. Every sound sharpens. The vent drone becomes a note. The light's buzz becomes a line. My own pulse was loud enough to hear in my ears. The door above me didn't latch all the way. It sat slightly open, the metal edge showing a sliver of the hallway beyond. That sliver was dark. The motion sensor on that floor hadn't triggered. I stood there long enough that my legs started to ache. Then I took 2 more steps up. The laugh came again from the floor above, and it didn't sound playful anymore. It sounded close to a whisper with laughter layered on top, like someone trying to mimic a kid's giggle without knowing how. I didn't call out. I don't know why, other than it felt useless. If it was a person, calling out would just tell them where I was. If it wasn't a person, talking to the air wasn't going to help me. I pushed the stairwell door open. The hallway light snapped on in sections. The carpet was the same gray pattern as below. The walls the same off-white. A row of closed office doors lined one side. On the other, glass panels looked into a cluster of workstations. Every desk was empty. Computer monitors sat dark. A few chairs were pulled out, like people had stood up and walked away mid-thought. The laugh moved down the hallway, away from me. It didn't get quieter as it moved. It stayed the same volume, the same distance, like it was always exactly 2 corners ahead. I wheeled my cart out into the hall and started walking. A door to one of the smaller conference rooms opened ahead of me. Not a dramatic slam, not a sudden yank. Just a slow swing on its hinges until it was open wide enough to look like an invitation. I could see into the room. Long table, neat chairs, a whiteboard with old marker smears. Nothing else. Then the door began to close again. Just as slow. I watched it, waiting for the latch to click. It didn't. It stopped a few inches from the frame and hung there, as if someone had changed their mind and left it half done. I stepped closer, careful not to bump my cart, and pushed the door the rest of the way shut. The latch caught, solid. The sound made me feel briefly better. Physical things respond to physical force. That's how it's supposed to work. The laugh came from behind me. I turned so fast my shoulder banged the cart handle. The hallway behind me was empty. The lights were on, now in a chain all the way back to the stairwell. The glass panels reflected my own shape, and the cart and the harsh rectangles of ceiling lights. 2 doors down from where I stood, an office door opened and closed. Open, close, open, close. Each movement was clean and measured, like someone testing a hinge. I didn't move toward it. I stood still and watched. The door stopped. The laugh stopped. All I could hear was the ventilation and the faint rattle of my own cartwheels from where I'd bumped it. For the first time, I noticed the air felt warmer up there, like the HVAC had switched modes. A thread of stale perfume lingered near the door that had been moving, the kind you smell when someone walks past you in a lobby and leaves a trail behind. I backed up toward the stairwell without turning my back fully on the hallway. My cart's wheels squeaked with each roll, and I hated the sound because it made me easy to track. The motion sensors kept the lights on as I retreated, so there was no darkness to hide in, just bright emptiness. When I got back into the stairwell, I didn't go down right away. I held the door cracked and looked out again. A different door down the hall opened, then closed. No footsteps, no shadow crossing the light, just the simple movement of a door responding to nothing I could see. I shut the stairwell door and leaned my forehead against the cool metal. I told myself it was air pressure from the vents. I told myself doors can do that when the building shifts and settles. I told myself I'd been working too many nights, and my brain was filling in blanks with familiar sounds. Even while I told myself all of that, I could still feel the laugh sitting behind my ribs like something cold. I finished my shift because that's what I do. I did the minimum upstairs. I didn't go looking for the laugh again. I stayed in areas with cameras, where the ceilings were low and the hallways were straight. I cleaned what I could in the open spaces, and left the private offices alone. If a trash can was tucked too far under a desk, it stayed there. If a conference room door was closed, I didn't open it. I kept my cart closed like a barrier, like the plastic bags and mop bucket were a shield. Around 3, the security guard did his round. I heard his radio chirp through the stairwell door before I saw him. When he came into the lobby, he looked half asleep, keys on his belt, coffee cup in his hand. I didn't tell him about the laugh right away. I just asked, as casually as I could manage, if anyone had a reason to be in the building tonight. He checked his clipboard and said no. No scheduled maintenance, no late meetings, nothing. He looked at my face then, really looked, and asked what was going on. I didn't give him a dramatic story. I told him I'd heard a kid laughing upstairs and the TV in the break room was on when it shouldn't have been. He didn't laugh at me. He frowned and said he'd pull the footage. He did it after my shift ended, once the sun had started to lighten the edge of the sky through the lobby glass. He let me stand behind him in the security office, where the monitors showed the building from different angles. The cameras made everything look flatter and calmer, like reality reduced to squares. On the footage, I could see myself in the break room, pausing under the TV, reaching up to turn it off. The TV screen was bright with static in the recording, just like I remembered. The timestamp was right. There was nobody else in frame. No small figure tucked behind a chair. No movement in the reflection. A few minutes later, on another camera, I came out into the hallway and headed for the stairs. Again, no one behind me. No one ahead of me. Nothing. Then, on the camera that faced the second floor corridor, I saw it. Doors opened, not all at once. One, then another, then a third farther down. They opened and closed in that same slow, careful way I'd seen with my own eyes. The hallway stayed empty the whole time. The motion lights blinked on as the doors moved, painting the carpet and glass with bright strips. Nothing stepped through. The guard rewound and watched again. He zoomed in until the picture fuzzed. The doors still moved. The hallway stayed empty. He didn't say much after that. He just sat back and rubbed his jaw like his teeth hurt. He finally said the building had been weird before, and then he stopped himself, like he didn't want to give the weirdness a shape by naming it. He printed a still frame for his report and slid it into a folder. I watched my own grainy silhouette on the screen, a person caught in a place that refused to behave. I clocked out, turned in my keys, and wheeled my cart into the supply closet like I always did. My hands were steady, but my stomach felt hollow, like I'd skipped a meal I didn't even know I needed. My supervisor called later that afternoon and told me my next shift rotation still had West Mercer on it. I told him I'd cover anywhere else. I'd take extra floors. I'd switch with anyone. I'd work weekends. I didn't bargain like that unless I meant it. He asked why. I gave him the clean version. Doors opening on their own, noises that didn't line up with cameras, a TV switching on by itself. I didn't mention the laugh in detail. Even then, it felt worse to put into words. He tried to talk me out of it. He said buildings make noises, cameras glitch, people prank each other. He said I was reliable, and he needed me there. I told him I could be reliable somewhere else. I haven't stepped into that building since. Sometimes when I'm stripping wax off a floor in a different place, I catch myself listening for it anyway. I'll pause with the machine humming under my hands and hold my breath, waiting for that light, breathy sound to slip through the vents. Most nights I hear nothing but the normal life of an empty building, and every now and then, when a TV in a break room shows static because someone bumped the remote, my skin tightens before my brain catches up, and I see those doors on the monitor opening into a hallway that doesn't contain anyone at all. The first thing I noticed wasn't the dust or the heat in the attic. It was the smell of stale chips and something sweet like old soda, hiding under the dry woody scent of insulation. I'd gone up there in the middle of a bright Saturday to finally clear out the previous owner's leftovers, because I'm the kind of person who can't relax when I know there's a corner of the house I haven't checked. My house is an older place with a steep roof and a finished second floor that creaks the way you expect old stairs to creak. The attic isn't finished. It's just rafters, blown-in insulation, and a narrow walkway of boards laid between joists. When I pushed the hatch open, sunlight knifed through the little vent at the far end and turned the dust into glitter. I remember thinking it was almost pretty. I brought up 2 contractor bags, a shop light, and a box cutter. I'd already found a few forgotten things in closets when I moved in, a few months earlier. Holiday decorations, some paint cans, a cracked mirror. Nothing that felt personal. The attic, I figured, would be the same. Leftover junk, maybe a couple of boxes marked Xmas in fading marker, and then I'd be done. Most of what I found at first matched that expectation. Flattened moving boxes, a broken lampshade, a pile of old roof shingles. The heat built fast, and sweat started crawling down my ribs under my t-shirt. I kept working anyway, because once I start sorting, my brain won't let me stop until it's finished. Near the back, tucked under a slope where the roof came down low, I saw a plastic storage bin with a yellowed lid. It was wedged behind a stack of boards like someone had pushed it out of sight. When I pulled it free, the lid squealed against the dust. I expected old linens. Instead, I found a neat bundle of photographs held together with a rubber band that snapped in my fingers as soon as I touched it. They were glossy prints, the kind you pick up at a drugstore. Each photo had a date stamped in the corner in that orange-red digital font. The first one I flipped over showed my bedroom, Not a bedroom like mine. My bedroom. Same angled afternoon light through the blinds. Same chipped white dresser I dragged up the stairs and cursed at for an hour because it wouldn't clear the turn. Same thrift store lamp with the dent in the shade. Same gray comforter I'd bought the week I moved in. I stared at the details the way you stare at something that has to be wrong, searching for the seam where it stops being real. And in the middle of the frame, under that gray comforter, was me. I was asleep on my side, mouth slightly open, one arm thrown up the way my girlfriend always teases me about. My hair was a mess. My phone was on the nightstand where I always leave it. The photo was taken from inside the room, from about chest height, angled down toward the bed like someone had stood near the footboard. The date stamp read a day in October of the previous year. I didn't live here in October of the previous year. My throat did this small involuntary thing like it was trying to swallow without saliva. My first thought was that the date stamp was wrong. My second thought was that maybe it wasn't my room, just a room that looked like mine. I flipped to the next photo and the next, fast enough that the edges of the prints made a soft, frantic whisper against each other. There were more than 20. Me asleep. Me asleep again. Different nights, different positions. Me on my back with my hands on my stomach. Me on my side facing the wall. Me face down. One leg hooked out from under the blanket. In a couple, my girlfriend was there too, turned away from the camera, hair spread on the pillow. All of them had dates in the corner. All of them were from last year, months before my closing date. In one, I could see the moving boxes stacked by the closet that I remembered unpacking. In another, the little crack in the ceiling paint over the window was visible, the one I'd noticed on move-in day and meant to patch. It wasn't just the room. It was time. It was my life. My hand started to shake in a way that felt humiliating, like my body was doing something dramatic without my permission. I sat down hard on the board walkway because my knees went loose. The attic was silent except for the faint hiss of my shop light and my own breathing, suddenly too loud. I forced myself to slow down and look for a sane explanation. If someone had hacked my phone and printed pictures, why would they be physical photos in a dusty bin? If the previous owner had staged something, how would they have my furniture months before I moved in? If the dates were faked, why bother making them all from last year? I picked one photo and studied the corners, the shadows, the angle of light. The flash wasn't on. The picture wasn't taken from far away. Whoever took it was in my room, close enough to hear me breathe, close enough to reach out and touch my shoulder. The heat in the attic didn't feel like summer anymore. It felt like a closed mouth. I put the photos back in the bin with care, like they might cut me if I handled them wrong. Then I looked around the attic again, really looked. I'd been focused on boxes and trash, but now every dark pocket under the rafters felt intentional. That's when I noticed the panel. On the right side, near where the roof dipped low, there was a section of plywood that didn't match the rest. The nails looked newer, the seam was cleaner. It wasn't obvious unless you were paying attention. But I am, by habit, a person who notices when something isn't quite aligned. I crawled over, careful not to step through the insulation, and pressed my palm against it. It flexed. I ran my fingers along the edge, and found a spot where the plywood wasn't fully flush. A faint scrape line showed where it had been moved and put back. I used the tip of my box cutter to pry gently. Expecting resistance, it popped loose with a soft, practiced sound. Behind it was darkness, and a draft of cooler air that smelled like damp wood and old breath. My shop light wasn't designed for that angle, so I held my phone flashlight in my teeth and pulled the panel away with both hands. The opening was just big enough for a person to squeeze through if they turned their shoulders. Beyond it, I could see a narrow cavity between framing, more space than there should have been, like part of the attic had been walled off to make a hidden run. The first thing the beam caught was a crumpled foil wrapper, then another, a plastic bottle, a rolled-up sleeping bag, faded blue, shoved against the far side like someone had tried to make it disappear. The fabric had dark patches where sweat had soaked and dried. My stomach dropped so hard it felt like missing a step on the stairs. There were more signs as I moved the light. A stack of paper towels, a cheap lighter, A small pile of clothes folded too neatly to be abandoned, a disposable cup with a lid, a black trash bag half full tied shut. Nothing antique, nothing from decades ago. This wasn't forgotten storage. This was a place someone had used recently. I listened without meaning to. I held my breath and listened. The house below me was quiet. No footsteps, no voices, just the low familiar hum of the refrigerator cycling on and off somewhere downstairs. I backed away from the opening slowly, trying not to make noise, even though the rational part of me knew that if someone was inside that crawl space, they already knew I was in the attic. They would have heard the hatch, heard me dragging boxes, heard me sit down. When I reached the hatch, my hands fumbled on the ladder rung. I went down too fast, boots thudding on each step. Once I hit the hallway, I didn't stop. I walked straight to the front door, unlocked it, and stepped onto the porch like the house had become a room that needed airing out. In the bright daylight, the neighborhood looked exactly the same as it had all morning. A dog barked 3 houses down. A car passed. Someone's wind chimes clinked gently. The normalcy made my skin crawl more than the attic had. I called the police with my back against the porch railing and my eyes on my own windows. I kept my voice steady because I didn't want to sound like I was making something up. I told the dispatcher I'd found a hidden crawl space in my attic with signs someone had been living there. I told them about the photographs, photos of me asleep in my bedroom with dates from before I moved in. Even saying it out loud made it sound impossible, and I could feel my cheeks heat with the embarrassment of sounding crazy. But the dispatcher didn't laugh. Her tone changed, professional and careful. She told me to stay outside. She asked if I could see anyone. She asked if I had any weapons. She asked if all the doors were locked. I answered each question, watching my front yard like I expected someone to step out from behind the shrubs. 2 officers arrived within minutes, lights off, but moving with purpose. I met them on the sidewalk, still holding my phone, and still feeling like I might wake up. I led them inside. I didn't go back up into the attic with them. I stood at the bottom of the pull-down ladder while they climbed, one after the other with flashlights and radios. From where I stood, I could hear only muffled movement above. A scrape, a pause, a short burst of radio chatter I couldn't make out. My mouth was dry. My heart kept trying to sprint, then stopping, then sprinting again. Then there was a different sound, the sharp, unmistakable thud of something being moved quickly, like a body shifting in a confined space. "Stay back," one of the officers called down, his voice firmer than before. The next few minutes were the longest I've ever experienced in daylight. Their movements above became faster. A flashlight beam swung across the hallway ceiling through the open hatch. A radio crackled, clearer now, words clipped and urgent. I heard one officer moving back toward the opening, then stopping again. There was a single moment where everything went quiet, as if the house was holding its breath. Then one officer came down the ladder with his hand on his belt, and his face set in a way that told me not to ask questions yet. He moved past me to check the back door. The other stayed above, voice raised, but not shouting, not a conversation, just commands. A few minutes later, there was movement again in the attic, careful this time, and then the second officer came down. He told me in a low voice that there was evidence someone had been living in the crawl space and using a route that ran along the walls. He told me they were calling for additional units to check the perimeter and search the accessible voids, because the space didn't end where I thought it did. He didn't tell me whether they'd found a person up there. His eyes flicked to the ceiling, then back to me, and he said it in a way that made it clear the situation was still active. More officers arrived. They walked the exterior of my house, looking up at vents and eaves. One of them asked for the photos, so I handed over the bin with shaking hands. I watched him flip through the prints without changing expression, but I saw his jaw tighten when he hit the first image of me asleep. They had me stand across the street while they went through the house and attic in a methodical sweep. I saw them carry out the sleeping bag in a clear evidence bag. I saw wrappers and bottles collected. I saw a small pile of things laid out on my front step, a cheap prepaid phone, a set of keys that weren't mine, a screwdriver with a worn handle. The detective showed up later and asked me questions on my porch while the afternoon sun slid lower. He wanted timelines. When I moved in, when I'd noticed anything off missing food, strange sounds, doors unlocked. I told him there had been little things I brushed aside, a granola bar wrapper in the trash that neither of us remembered buying. The attic hatch looking slightly shifted one morning, which I blamed on settling. A faint smell near an upstairs vent that I assumed was old house odor, the kind of details that seem meaningless until they aren't. He nodded, writing it down. He told me, carefully, like he'd said it before, that sometimes people find ways into older houses through gaps and forgotten spaces, and sometimes they stay hidden for a long time because they learn your patterns. He said they'd found signs the crawl space connected to wall voids between floors. He said they were treating it as an unlawful entry and a safety risk, and they would continue investigating. That night, they recommended I stay somewhere else. I did. I slept on my sister's couch with all the lights off and still couldn't fully relax, because every creak in her apartment sounded like something shifting behind drywall. The next day, a locksmith rekeyed everything. A contractor sealed the attic access points and reinforced panels I didn't even know existed. I bought small cameras, the kind people use to watch pets, and set them in corners that felt ridiculous until I remembered the photos. The police kept the bin. They told me they'd look for prints, try to trace the date stamps to a store if possible, and check whether anyone had reported similar incidents in the area. They couldn't promise me answers fast. They couldn't promise me they'd find the person, if the person was already gone. A week later, I went back into my bedroom in the middle of the day and stood by the foot of the bed, forcing myself to look at it the way a stranger would have. From that angle, I could see exactly where the camera had been held in the photos. I could imagine the quiet weight of someone standing there, waiting for the shutter to click, then slipping away into a space I'd walked under for months without knowing. I didn't lie down right away. I checked the closet, I checked the vents, I checked the attic hatch twice. When I finally sat on the edge of the mattress, the fabric felt unfamiliar under my fingertips, like it belonged to someone else's home. Even now, what sticks with me most isn't the crawl space or the wrappers or the sleeping bag. It's the dates in the corner of those photographs, proof that whoever did it wasn't improvising, and that my sense of before and after in this house had been wrong from the start. Sometimes in the afternoon, when the sunlight hits the floor in that same slant, I catch myself staring at the empty space near the foot of the bed and picturing the quiet outline of a person who knows exactly how still I can sleep. The first time it happened, I was standing in my kitchen with my phone pressed between my shoulder and my ear, trying to twist the cap off a bottle of dish soap with wet hands. The call came from an unknown number, local area code. I almost ignored it. I'd been getting a lot of spam lately, and it was already getting dark outside, the kind of winter evening where the window turns into a black mirror before you're ready for it. I answered anyway, mostly out of habit. A man's voice breathed into the line, like he'd been waiting for me to pick up. He didn't ask for anyone by name. He didn't try to sell me anything. He just started talking, calm and certain, like we'd already been in the middle of a conversation. He described me, not me in general, not my height or my job or anything you could guess from a social media profile. He described what I was wearing right then, the faded gray hoodie with a small tear near the cuff, the cheap pajama pants with the drawstring knotted too tight, and the way I'd rolled the left sleeve up because it kept getting wet. I froze with the soap cap half loose in my hand. My skin tightened, the way it does when you step off a curb and realize a car is coming faster than you thought. I said I had the wrong number. My voice sounded thin to me, like it had to travel through someone else's throat to get out. He didn't argue, he didn't apologize. He just added one more detail. My hair pushed back and still damp from the shower, and then the call ended. I stared at the screen until it went dark. My heart kept trying to climb up into my mouth, like it could wedge itself there and keep me from doing something stupid. The simplest explanation was the best one. A prank. A friend messing with me. A neighbor who'd seen me through the kitchen window and decided to be weird about it. But I didn't have friends like that, and I didn't know my neighbors. I'd moved into that rental a few months earlier because it was cheap and close to work. It was a narrow one-story house on a quiet street with a small yard and old blinds that never sat straight. The kind of place that looked normal enough in daylight and a little too lonely after sunset. I told myself the caller couldn't have seen anything. My kitchen window faced the side yard, and the only thing out there was a sagging fence and a strip of grass that never grew evenly. Still, I walked to the window and looked out. Nothing. Just the fence line and the darkening sky. A streetlight in the distance buzzed faintly, turning the air the color of old orange juice. I moved through the house, turning on lights like that would make me harder to watch. Then I checked the front door. Locked. The deadbolt was set. I checked the back door. Locked. The little chain was in place. I checked the windows, pressing my fingers to the glass as if I could feel a handprint on the other side. No sign of anything. No movement in the yard. No silhouette between houses. I tried to laugh at myself, but it came out like a cough. The phone rang again while I was standing in the hallway. Same unknown number. I didn't answer right away. I let it ring twice, 3 times, while I stared at it like it might bite. Then I answered, because part of me needed to hear something normal. Needed proof that this was just some idiot with good timing. The man's voice was the same. Soft. Almost polite. He didn't introduce himself. He didn't even pretend this was a mistake. He described the hallway lamp I'd turned on, and the way its light made a strip on the floor. He described the picture frame I'd been meaning to hang but hadn't, still leaning against the wall at an angle. He described the fact that my bare feet were cold because the floorboards in that part of the house always felt damp at night. That last part pushed me over the edge. I asked him what he wanted. I tried to sound angry. It came out shaky instead. He paused, and I heard a faint sound behind his breathing, like fabric rubbing against fabric. Then he said very quietly that he liked the way I made the place feel lived in. My stomach turned. I hung up and immediately called the number back, because that's what my hands decided to do when my brain stopped working. The call didn't go through. Straight to a generic message saying the number wasn't available. I stood there with my phone against my ear, listening to that sterile recorded voice, and I realized how alone I was. No roommates, no partner, just me in a little house that suddenly felt like a cardboard box. I did the first practical thing I could think of. I closed the curtains, every window, living room, bedroom, kitchen, bathroom. I yanked the old fabric panels across until no sliver of glass showed. In the front room, the curtains didn't quite meet, so I used 2 clothespins from the junk drawer to pinch them together. In the bedroom, I pulled the blinds down behind the curtains. Doubling up like that would matter. The house got quieter when I finished, like I'd shoved it underwater. I stood in the middle of the living room, phone in my hand, listening to the refrigerator hum and the faint tick of the heater. I waited for the feeling to ease. It didn't. The phone rang again. Same unknown number. I stared at it, trying to decide whether not answering would make it better or worse. The screen lit up my palm with a pale glow. I answered. His first words were the ones that made the situation snap into focus. Up until that moment, I'd been clinging to the idea that he'd seen me earlier, that he was just doing some delayed creep routine. He asked why I shut them out. Not shut the curtains, not close the blinds. He didn't say shut me out either. He said them, like it was obvious there was more than one set of eyes involved. My throat tightened so hard it hurt. I didn't respond. I couldn't. I just stood there with the phone to my ear, feeling my pulse thud in my fingertips. He kept talking anyway, and his voice had a mild disappointment in it, like I'd canceled plans. He mentioned the clothespins. He mentioned the tiny gap at the bottom where the curtain didn't touch the floor. He mentioned that the living room light was on and that he could still see it glow through the fabric. That's when the prank theory died. If he knew about the clothespins, he had been close enough to see them. If he could see the glow through the curtain, he was outside my house right then, facing it, watching it. I ended the call without saying anything, and my hands started moving on their own. I grabbed my keys. I grabbed my wallet. I grabbed the only thing in reach that felt like a weapon, a heavy flashlight from the drawer by the front door. Then I stopped. If he was out front, Walking out there would be stepping into his line of sight on purpose. If he was in back, leaving might be even worse. My brain started feeding me images I didn't ask for. A shadow standing just beyond the porch light's reach. A hand on the doorknob. The sound of footsteps on the gravel path. I decided I needed another person. Someone who could look at this with a normal mind. Someone who wasn't trapped inside my own panic. I called my friend Nate. He lived about 15 minutes away and owed me a favor from the last time I'd helped him move. When he answered, I didn't try to sound casual. I told him I was getting calls from someone who seemed to be watching my house. I told him I needed him to come over right now. I could hear the shift in his breathing as he woke up fully. He said he was coming. He asked if I'd called the police. I told him I hadn't yet, because I didn't even know what I'd say, because I was scared they'd treat it like a prank, because I was scared I'd be standing on my porch talking to a dispatcher while someone listened from the dark. I locked the front door again even though it was already locked, twisting the deadbolt until my wrist hurt. Then I did the same for the back door. Then I checked both of them again. After that, I didn't know what else to do with my body, so I moved into the bathroom and shut the door behind me. The bathroom was small, just a sink, a toilet, and a tub with old grout lines. The only window was high and narrow, and I'd already pulled the frosted blind down. I turned off the light and sat on the closed lid of the toilet, clutching my phone and the flashlight like they were the only real things in the world. From there, the house felt like a different building, distant, hollow. Every small sound traveled through it, with too much clarity. The heater clicking, the refrigerator turning on, the soft settling pop of wood as the temperature dropped outside. I tried to keep my breathing steady. I failed. My own fear made me feel guilty, like I was overreacting, like I was insulting the idea of danger by taking it seriously. Then my phone buzzed with another call. I stared at the screen until my eyes blurred. Same unknown number. My thumb hovered over decline. I declined it. A second later, the phone buzzed again. Same number. I declined it again. The third time, I didn't decline. I just let it ring, and I watched the seconds tick by as if the sound couldn't reach me behind the bathroom door. The ringing stopped. Silence rushed in like a wave. I waited for my phone to buzz with a message. It didn't. I waited for the sound of footsteps. I didn't hear any. I waited for the back door to rattle, for the front door to thump, for any proof that my fear had a shape. Minutes passed in a slow, awful smear. Nate texted that he was pulling onto my street. I didn't reply right away because my hands were shaking too hard. When I did, my message was a jumble. I told him to park under the streetlight. I told him not to go around back. I told him to call me before he came in, even though he didn't have a key. He called instead of texting, and I answered with my voice barely working. He said he was outside. He said he didn't see anyone. He said the front of the house looked normal, quiet, just the curtains drawn and the porch light on. I told him the front door was locked. I told him to knock, and then step back. I didn't want him right up against the door if someone was nearby. He knocked. The sound was loud, like it belonged to someone else's life. I didn't move. I stayed in the bathroom listening, trying to decide whether opening the door would make me safer or just make me accessible. He knocked again, harder. He called my name through the door, his voice muffled by the wood. I hated how relieved I felt to hear it. I left the bathroom with the flashlight held up in both hands. The hallway felt longer than it had earlier. The air felt colder. Every shadow looked like it might separate itself from the wall and step forward. I reached the front door and stood there, listening. Nothing. Just Nate outside, shifting his weight. The faint sound of traffic in the distance. I unlocked the deadbolt. I unhooked the chain. I opened the door quickly and stepped back, keeping the flashlight trained on the porch, without really thinking about what I'd do if I saw a face there. Nate stood under the porch light with his hands visible, palms out in a calming gesture. He looked tired and annoyed and concerned all at once, like he'd been yanked out of his night for something he still didn't fully believe. He stepped inside, and the moment he crossed the threshold, the house felt less like a trap. Not safe, just less isolated. I told him everything in a rush, leaving out the parts that sounded too dramatic, and accidentally including the parts that made it worse. I showed him my call log. I showed him the unknown number repeated again and again, timestamps creeping across the screen. I even pulled up the screenshot I'd taken earlier, more out of desperation than anything, and told him I'd posted it in a private folder because I didn't know what else to do with it. Nate didn't make fun of me. That alone made me feel like I wasn't crazy. He did what I couldn't do alone. He walked through the house. He checked the windows first, pressing his face close to the curtains without opening them. He moved room to room with the calmness of someone who wasn't imagining hands reaching from the dark. He checked the locks, tested the deadbolt, pulled on the doorknobs with firm, practiced tugs. I followed a few steps behind him, trailing the flashlight beam like a nervous dog. When he got to the kitchen, he paused. The pause was subtle, but it cut through me. He didn't say anything right away. He just stared at the back door. I stared too. It looked closed. It looked normal. Same old paint, same small window above the knob, covered from the inside by the blind I'd pulled down earlier. Then I saw what he saw. The back door wasn't fully seated in the frame. Not by much. Just enough that the edge didn't line up the way it should. Just enough that the thin strip of darkness between door and jamb wasn't uniform. Nate reached out and touched it with 2 fingers. The door moved inward, with barely any resistance. It wasn't locked. My whole body went cold, like someone had poured water down my spine. I knew I had locked it. I remembered sliding the deadbolt. I remembered hooking the chain. I'd checked it twice. Nate's face shifted from concern to something harder. He pulled the door open slowly, not wide, just enough to look out into the backyard. The night air slipped in. Damp, metallic, the smell of wet soil and old leaves. The yard beyond was a dark rectangle, fence line, a couple of bare bushes, the shadowed outline of the detached shed. Nothing moving. Nate stepped back inside and shut the door again, this time pushing it until it clicked into place. He locked the deadbolt. He tested it. He tested it again. Then he took a breath through his nose like he was trying not to make me panic more than I already was. He didn't ask me if I was sure I'd locked it. He didn't suggest maybe it hadn't caught. He didn't offer a comforting lie. He told me to grab my coat and shoes. He told me we were leaving the house right now and calling the police from his car. He said it in a voice that made it clear he'd seen enough to stop treating this like a weird prank. I moved on instinct, grabbing whatever I could with shaking hands. The flashlight, my keys, my phone. I didn't even turn the lights off. I didn't open any curtains. I just followed him, close behind like if I let him get too far ahead, the dark would fill the space between us. On the way out, my phone buzzed again. I didn't answer. I didn't decline. I didn't do anything. I just looked at the screen as we stepped onto the porch. Unknown number. Again. The buzzing stopped on its own, and my phone screen went dark. Nate drove me to his place. The police came to my rental later, while I sat on his couch with my coat still on, staring at my hands. They walked through the house with flashlights and radios, checked the doors, checked the windows, looked at the fence, looked for footprints in the soft spots of the yard. They didn't find anyone. They didn't find proof that someone had been inside. Only the fact that a door I believed was locked had been left ajar. The kind of thing that can happen by accident if you want it to. But the phone didn't ring again after that night. Not once. Not the next evening. Not the next week. Not the next month. I moved out as soon as my lease allowed, leaving the curtains behind, leaving the clothespins on the rod like little white bones. I changed my number. I started keeping my blinds closed at dusk without thinking about it. I started watching reflections in windows the way you watch intersections when the light turns yellow, ready for something to run it. Every so often when I'm alone in my current place, and the sun drops fast behind the buildings, I catch myself looking at the fabric of my curtains and wondering what it looked like from the other side, what shape my lit rooms made through the weave, how easy it would have been to stand in the dark and see exactly where I was. I don't live in that house anymore, but some evenings I still feel the cold certainty of that voice. Not guessing, not bluffing, simply reporting what it could see as I tried to hide. and I remember the back door giving way under Nate's fingers like it had been waiting for someone to notice. The first thing I noticed was the lock. Not the keycard reader, not the deadbolt, but the way the strike plate sat a little too far from the frame. Like the door had been kicked one time too many and the wood never quite forgave it. The motel sat alone off a 2-lane road in the kind of rural stretch where the dark comes early and stays heavy. A buzzing vacancy sign painted the parking lot in a sickly red. I'd been driving since mid-afternoon, telling myself I'd stop when my eyes started doing that slow blink that scares you. This was the only place with a light on. I travel alone a lot, and I've learned to be cautious without being dramatic. I park under a light if I can. I keep my bag on one shoulder, keys threaded through my fingers, phone charged. I don't tell myself stories about danger. I just don't give it easy openings. The office smelled like old coffee and lemon cleaner. A small bell sat on the counter. I waited, listening to an air conditioner rattle somewhere behind the wall. When the clerk finally came out, he didn't ask where I was headed or how long I'd been on the road. He slid a registration card across the counter and pointed at the line for my plate number. His eyes stayed on the TV mounted high in the corner. The room key was metal, not a card, the kind that pulls at your pocket all night. I carried my bag down the walkway, past doors with chipped paint, past a vending machine that hummed louder than it should. My room was on the ground floor near the end, where the building met a dark strip of field. The curtains were drawn tight in the room next door. Inside, the air was cold and damp, like the AC had been running with nobody there to notice. The carpet had a pattern meant to hide stains and succeeded by being ugly enough that you didn't want to look closely. I did my usual sweet bathroom behind the shower curtain, under the bed, closet, empty. I locked the door, set the chain, tried the knob to make sure the latch caught. The bedspread looked like it had survived the 80s and decided to keep going out of spite. I didn't sit on it. I laid my bag on the little table by the window and started the ritual of making the place feel less like a stranger's room. Phone charger plugged in, wallet in the same pocket of my bag, keys in the same spot. I pulled the curtains back a few inches and checked the lot. A few trucks, a sedan with a cracked taillight, no movement. I was about to turn away when something on the shared wall caught the edge of my attention. It wasn't a crack or a scuff. It was too round, too deliberate. I stepped closer. At shoulder height, on the wall between my room and the next, there was a hole drilled clean through the paneling, not much bigger than the tip of a pencil, but perfectly circular. The edges were raw, lighter than the surrounding paint like it had been made recently. It wasn't a knot in the wood or a nail hole. It went in dark and straight, and when I leaned in, I felt that faint, wrong sense of lining up with something on the other side. My stomach tightened in the way it does when your brain finishes a sentence. Your eyes started to bulge. I didn't touch it at first. I just stared, waiting for my mind to come up with an innocent explanation. A stray screw, a maintenance mistake, anything that wasn't what it looked like, that it was at the exact height and angle where someone could stand on the other side and look through. Not at the ceiling, not at the floor, right into the room. I backed up, suddenly aware of my own reflection in the dark TV screen, aware of how exposed I'd been with the curtains cracked. With my bag open, with my back turned to that wall, I crossed to the window and snapped the curtains fully closed, then checked the lock again even though I'd already checked it. My first impulse was to leave, just grab my bag, walk back to the office, hand the key over, get in my car and drive until I found a truck stop with people and cameras and bright lights. But I was tired, and the lot outside had gone quiet in that way rural places do, where the quiet feels like an object you can bump into. I thought about stepping back out into that darkness, about being between the door and my car, about my headlights taking a second to warm up. I told myself I was overthinking it. Then I looked at the hole again and felt my pulse speed up. I needed time to decide, and I needed to do something about that hole right now. I grabbed a tissue from the box on the nightstand. My hands didn't shake, but they felt clumsy, like they belonged to someone else. I balled the tissue tight, pinched it into a small plug, and pressed it into the hole. It didn't go in easily. The tissue tore a little on the rough edge. I pushed until it held, until the white wad sat flush with the wall like a bad patch job. For a second, there was nothing. Then, from the other side of the wall, I heard a noise, not a voice, not words. A frustrated sound, low and sharp like someone had clicked their tongue or exhaled through their nose when something didn't go their way. It was the kind of reaction you hear when you take a parking spot someone wanted, or when you shut a door before a hand can catch it. It was immediate, it was close, and it was for me. Every debate in my head ended right there. I stepped back so fast I bumped my hip on the table. The room felt smaller. The air felt warmer. My eyes kept flicking to the tissue plug as if it might move on its own, as if it might be pushed out from the other side. I didn't call the front desk. I didn't tell myself I should gather evidence. I didn't stand there trying to be brave. I went straight into action in the simplest way I could think of. I started making it harder for anyone to get to me. There was a heavy dresser against the far wall, the kind made of cheap wood but built big, meant to look solid. I grabbed the bottom edge and pulled. It resisted, scraping on the carpet with a sound that felt too loud in the quiet room. I paused, listening, half expecting a knock on the wall, a complaint, anything, nothing. I kept going, inch by inch, until the dresser sat in front of the door. Not perfectly, there was only so much space, but enough that if someone tried the handle, they'd hit resistance. Enough that I would have time to react. My arms started to burn. Sweat gathered under my shirt. When the dresser was in place, I backed away and stared at it like it could promise something. The chain lock suddenly felt like a joke. The old strike plate, the slightly crooked latch, the thin strip of wood holding the deadbolt in place. None of it seemed meant for anything except keeping out wind. I turned the lights off, then turned them back on. Darkness felt unsafe, but light felt like an invitation. In the end, I left the bathroom light on, and the main light off, so the room had a dim, uneven glow. I sat on the chair by the table with my phone in my hand, and my shoes still on. I tried to slow my breathing. I tried to hear normal motel sounds, water in pipes, distant TV chatter, a car door closing. Mostly there was the hum of the AC and the occasional creak of the building settling. Minutes stretched. My eyes stung from staring at the door and the shared wall, from checking the tissue plug again and again without moving my head too obviously, as if someone might be watching even now. I kept thinking of how many times I'd stayed in places like this, how many times I'd laughed off the idea of hidden cameras or thin walls, how many times I'd assumed privacy was a given if you paid for a room. At some point there was a soft sound on the other side of the wall, like the faint shift of weight against drywall. It was subtle. It could have been pipes. It could have been the building, but I felt it in my teeth. My phone screen lit my hands. I had the emergency number typed and ready. I didn't want to be the person who called and then had to explain that someone might have been looking through a hole. I didn't want to say it out loud and make it real. I also didn't want to fall asleep, so I stayed awake. I watched the bottom of the door for shadows. I listened for footsteps on the walkway outside. When a truck passed on the road, its headlights slid under the curtains in a slow sweep, and my heart jumped anyway, once. Much later, I heard another sound from the other side of the wall, close to where the hole was. Not the frustrated noise from earlier, but a slow scrape like someone's fingernail dragged lightly across paint. It lasted a moment, then stopped. I didn't move. I didn't look straight at the hole. I kept my eyes on the door and tried to keep my face blank, as if composure could be armor. The night felt endless in the way fear stretches time. I checked my phone only enough to keep track of progress without falling into the trap of counting minutes. I watched the rectangle of the window darken and lighten with passing cars. Watched the bathroom light cast a pale strip across the bedspread. Eventually the air changed. The heavy black outside the curtains shifted to a deep gray. The birds started up somewhere beyond the lot, tentative at first, then steady, like they'd been waiting for permission. The motel didn't suddenly become safe, but dawn gave me something I could use. Visibility. I didn't shower. I didn't make coffee. I didn't sit down on the bed to rest. I pulled my bag onto my shoulder, kept my phone in my hand, and stood in front of the dresser for a moment, listening one last time. Nothing. I shoved the dresser back with quick, jerky movements, wincing at the scrape of wood on carpet. I unlocked the chain. I opened the door and stepped out into the cool morning air. The parking lot looked ordinary in daylight, which almost made it worse. The same buzzing sign, the same cracked pavement. A few more cars now, people starting their days like nothing strange had happened overnight. I walked toward my car without looking left or right more than I had to, as if my attention itself could draw someone out. At the office, I slid the key onto the counter. The clerk barely glanced up. I didn't explain, I didn't ask for a refund. I just wanted to be gone. As I crossed the lot back to my car, I felt it, the weight of being watched. It wasn't imagination. It was the same sensation that had made me pull my curtains shut earlier, the same prickle at the back of my neck. I turned my head. In the window of the room next to mine, the curtain had been pulled back a narrow amount, just enough to create a dark vertical slit. A face sat in that gap, partially obscured by glass glare, the features flattened by the distance. I could still tell they were looking right at me. Not a casual glance, not confusion. A steady, unblinking watch, as if they were making sure I left, as if they were memorizing what I looked like. I didn't freeze. I didn't wave. I didn't do anything that could be read as engagement. I got into my car, locked the doors, and started the engine with my eyes flicking between the rearview mirror and that window. The face didn't move until I started to back out. Then the curtain shifted, the slit narrowing, and the face disappeared as if it had never been there. I drove until the motel was a small shape in my mirror, and the road opened up into fields again. I kept expecting to see a car pull out behind me, to see headlights settle at the same distance and stay there. Nothing followed. The world went on being normal. The sun rose higher. My hand stayed tight on the wheel anyway. I still have the receipt from that night saved in my phone photos, along with a blurry picture I snapped of the wall before I left. Proof for myself that I didn't invent it when the fear fades and the brain tries to smooth everything over. The hole is there in the photo, a tiny dark dot with ragged edges and a smear of white tissue pressed into it. Every time I scroll past it, I remember the sound from the other side of the wall, that quick, irritated reaction that told me someone had been there the whole time, waiting for me to forget I could be seen. When people talk about feeling unsafe, they usually mean something dramatic, something loud and obvious. That night was quiet. That's what stays with me. The cheap carpet, the thin wall, the hole no bigger than a pencil point. The way the morning light didn't erase what happened. It only made the motel look like a place you could have driven past and never known anything was wrong. And I keep thinking about that face in the window, the calm patience of it, the certainty that I was the one who didn't belong there, the one who should hurry up and go, like my privacy had been something temporary they'd allowed, until I took it away by stuffing that tissue into their view. I woke up to the sound of my front door trying to come alive. Not the door itself. No creak of hinges. No thump against the frame. Just the handle, turning over and over like someone had their hand wrapped around it and they were testing the exact point where it might give. In the dark, half awake, my brain tried to file it under house noises. Pipes, settling, anything normal. But the rhythm didn't fit. It wasn't a single jiggle. It was deliberate. Persistent, human. My phone was on the nightstand, face down. I flipped it over, and the lock screen lit up my room in a cold rectangle. 3 a.m. I didn't sit up right away. I held my breath and listened, the way you do when you're trying to prove to yourself you're imagining it. The handle turned again. A soft metallic click-click, the latch resisting. Whoever it was knew where the sweet spot lived, the angle that made the mechanism talk. I slid my hand under my pillow out of habit and felt nothing but fabric. No weapon, no plan, just the weight of being awake and suddenly aware of every window, every blind, every thin strip of glass between me and the outside. Another turn. Slower this time, like they'd realized I might be listening. I rolled out of bed and moved without turning on any lights. My hallway was a darker shade of dark, the kind that makes familiar shapes look wrong. I stepped carefully, avoiding the one board near the bathroom that always squeaked, and crouched at the top of the stairs. The front door was on the main level, tucked behind the living room wall. From where I was, I couldn't see it, but I didn't need to. The sound carried up the stairwell like someone was whispering directly into my ear. My first instinct wasn't to confront anyone. I'm not brave like that. I'm just the kind of person who reads enough and tinkers enough to be suspicious by default. I have cameras because I like gadgets, sure, but also because I've never trusted the idea that locking a door is the same thing as being safe. I opened the doorbell app with shaking fingers. The screen loaded, and for a moment all I saw was the porch in night vision gray. My doormat washed out to a pale smear. The potted plant by the railing turned into a black silhouette. Then the feed sharpened. Someone was standing close to my door, close enough that their body filled most of the frame. They wore a high-visibility vest that glowed in the infrared like a ghostly checkerboard. Under it, a dark hoodie. Hood up, face mostly hidden by the angle, but I could see the shape of a jaw when they leaned toward the handle again. They weren't trying keys, they weren't fumbling. They were turning the handle the same way you do it if you expected it to open, like you had business being on the other side. A sane person might have called 911 immediately. I hovered over the number, thumb locked in place, and then did what I always do when panic hits. I tried to verify. I tried to make it make sense. My neighborhood is suburban in the blandest way possible. Wide streets, trimmed lawns, no streetlights close enough to feel comforting. People leave packages on porches all day like nothing bad could ever happen. The worst excitement we usually get is a coyote in someone's yard, or a car alarm going off for no reason. But at 3 a.m., with a stranger on my porch working my door handle like it belonged to them, the whole place felt like a stage set. Too quiet, too still, like the air was waiting to see what I'd do. The app has two-way audio. I hate using it because it always makes me feel like I'm in a bad reality show, shouting at a screen. Still, I tapped the microphone icon. My voice came out flatter than I expected, like it belonged to someone who wasn't scared. The stranger turned their head toward the doorbell camera, just enough that the hood shadow shifted. They didn't flinch. They didn't step back like they'd been caught. If anything, they seemed annoyed, like I was the one interrupting. They said they were an emergency utility worker. Something about needing to check a line. Something urgent. Their words were quick and practiced. The kind of explanation that sounds reasonable if you're half awake and eager to make the problem go away. I asked for identification. The stranger patted their vest and their hoodie pockets, like they were checking, then said they didn't have it on them. They said it was in the truck. They said they didn't have time. The line needed to be checked now. That's the moment my stomach really dropped. Because I work in tech and I've spent enough time dealing with scams, emails that pretend to be invoices, calls that pretend to be banks, to recognize the same structure. Urgency, authority, frustration at being questioned. The goal is to make you feel stupid for slowing things down. They shifted their weight and tried the handle again while still talking. From upstairs, I could hear the click in real time. The app feed and the sound didn't perfectly match, but it was close enough to make my skin crawl. The idea of them touching my door, deciding how badly they wanted to get in, made my whole house feel smaller. I didn't open the door. I didn't go downstairs. I backed away from the stairwell and crouched behind the half wall, phone clutched tight enough that my knuckles hurt. If this was real, there would be a record. There would be a dispatch, a work order, something. I pulled up the utility company's number, not the one the stranger might have tried to hand me. My brain was running on enough adrenaline to remember that trick. I searched for it the way I always do, double-checking what I already knew. My fingers fumbled the screen twice before I hit call. It rang and rang, and I had the absurd thought that if nobody answered, I'd have to decide whether the stranger was more dangerous than my fear of being dramatic. Someone picked up. I gave my address. I said I had a person at my door claiming to be an emergency utility worker. The rep's voice snapped into alert professionalism. They asked me to repeat the address. They asked what the person was wearing. When I said high visibility vest, there was a pause, then a firm response. They had no crews dispatched to my area, no emergency work order. No reason anyone from their company should be at my house at 3 a.m. It was one of those moments where you feel vindicated and terrified at the same time. Like the part of you that wanted a normal explanation got shoved out of the room. I thanked the rep too quickly and ended the call with my hand still shaking. Then I dialed the non-emergency line for my local police. Halfway through the ringtone, the front door handle turned again, harder, as if the person remembered they had a job to finish. I didn't wait for the call to connect before I went back to the camera feed. The stranger had stepped closer to the camera now, looking straight up at it like they were trying to see past it and into the house. They weren't smiling, they weren't angry, they just looked blank, like a person wearing a role. The dispatcher answered and I gave my address again, voice steady only because I forced it. I said there was someone on my porch trying my door handle, claiming to be a utility worker, and the utility company confirmed nobody was dispatched. While I spoke, I kept my eyes on the feed. The stranger shifted, glancing toward the street. The hood turned, and for the first time I saw the outline of an ear and cheekbone. No badge, no lanyard, no company logo, just the vest and the confidence. The dispatcher asked if I could describe them further, and I tried. Adult, average build, dark clothes under the vest, hood up. They moved like they didn't want to be seen from the road. When the dispatcher told me officers were on the way, relief washed through me so hard I almost felt dizzy. I switched the doorbell audio back on. This time I didn't ask questions. I didn't try to negotiate. I said I had called the utility company and the police, and that officers were coming. The stranger stood still for a beat. Then they did something that still bothers me when I think about it. They nodded. A small, casual nod. Not surprised, not panicked, just acknowledging new information. They took one step back, then another. They didn't run. They didn't hurry. They walked down my porch steps with the calm pace of someone leaving a job site, and they kept their head angled down so the camera couldn't catch more than the shadow of their face. At the edge of the frame, they paused. They looked toward the street again, like they were checking for headlights. Then they moved out of view. I stayed crouched behind the half wall for a long time after that, phone in my hand, listening to the house settle back into silence. Every small noise sounded like a decision. The refrigerator hum, the vent kicking on, the distant bark of a dog somewhere down the block. When the police arrived, their flashlights cut through the front windows in pale sweeps. I didn't open the door until I could see them clearly on the camera feed, uniforms and all, standing in the exact spot where the stranger had been. I met them on the porch with my heart still hammering, trying to explain the whole thing without sounding like I'd been watching too many crime videos. They checked the street, the side yard, the neighbor's driveway. No sign of anyone. No truck, no van, no utility worker with a story. One officer asked if the person ever claimed a specific company. I told him no, just utility and emergency. He made a face like he'd heard that before. They took notes. They asked if I had footage. I showed them the clip on my phone, the night vision image of the high visibility vest glowing like it wanted attention. One of them leaned in close, quiet for a moment, then straightened and told me I'd done the right thing by not opening the door. After they left, I sat at my kitchen table with all the lights on, staring at the door like it had personally betrayed me. I replayed the footage over and over, trying to catch some detail I'd missed. An ID badge swinging from a belt, a logo on the vest, a face when the hood shifted. Nothing. Just that steady hand on my door handle, testing and testing, as if the only thing between them and my hallway was whether I believed them. I saved the clip in 3 places. I uploaded it to a private folder. I backed it up to an old drive I keep in a drawer for exactly this kind of paranoia. I don't know what good it would do, but the idea of losing it felt like erasing proof that it happened at all. The next day in sunlight, my porch looked normal again. My doormat sat crooked like always. The plant leaned a little to one side. The door handle was just metal and paint, harmless in the way objects pretend to be when you're not afraid. But I couldn't stop thinking about how close it came to being simple, how easy it would have been to open the door if I'd been groggy enough, if the vest had convinced me, if the word emergency had flipped the right switch in my brain. Now every time I hear a sound at night, wind against the siding, a car door down the street, I think about that nod. Not fear, not panic, just the calm acknowledgement of a person who realized the plan didn't work this time, and who left like they could try again somewhere else. I keep my phone charged beside my bed. I keep the doorbell app pinned to my home screen. And sometimes when I wake up for no reason at all and stare into the dark, I swear I can still hear the faint click of a handle turning, patient and certain, like someone is waiting for the moment I forget. I noticed the bike because it didn't sound like a bike. It was late enough that the city had stopped pretending it was awake. The sidewalks were empty, the storefronts dark, and the streetlights had that tired yellow look that makes everything seem farther away than it is. My keys were already threaded between my fingers out of habit, not as a weapon, just a reminder to stay alert. I'd taken this route home 100 times. I could walk it with my eyes half closed and still know which cracks in the pavement wanted to catch my toe. The sound came from behind me, soft and steady, like rubber whispering against asphalt. No chain rattle, no freewheel clicking, just a slow, controlled roll. I glanced back once, quick and casual, like I was checking traffic. A person on a bicycle was coming up the street at the same pace I was walking. Not catching me, not falling behind, just keeping that distance where you can see someone clearly, but still pretend you're not part of the same moment. I kept moving. Street smart isn't bravado. It's boring. It's the little routines you stick to because you've seen what happens when people don't. Don't wear both earbuds. Don't stare at your phone. Don't take shortcuts through alleys just because the map says it's faster. Most nights those rules feel like superstition. That night they felt like math. I told myself there were normal reasons. Someone heading the same way. Someone pacing themselves. Someone waiting for a green light that didn't come. But the street was wide open. The lights were timed. There was no reason to go that slow unless you were matching something. I changed my pace slightly. Not stopping, not sprinting, just enough to see if the gap would close. The cyclist adjusted too, almost immediately, like it was reflex. My shoulders tightened. I forced them down. Panic makes you sloppy. At the next intersection, instead of going straight, I turned right. It wasn't a random turn. It was a choice that should have been inconvenient for anyone riding with purpose. The right turn took you toward a row of closed offices and a fenced-in parking lot, nothing open, nothing inviting. The bike turned right with me. Not a hesitant turn, not a "oh, I guess this is my way too" drift. A clean, committed turn, tires carving the corner with the same patient speed. The air felt colder all at once, or maybe I just started noticing it. I could smell wet concrete. Somewhere nearby, a sprinkler had hit a patch of grass it didn't need to. A bus hissed at a distant stop, empty enough that the sound carried. I kept my eyes forward, but I used the windows as mirrors. The cyclist stayed centered behind me. Still that same distance. Still that same quiet roll. I took another turn, this time left, cutting between two buildings where the street narrowed, the kind of spot you avoid at night if you have options. I didn't like it, but I wanted proof. I wanted the clean certainty of something I could name. The bike followed. My stomach went hollow. That was the moment the whole thing changed from maybe to I'm being followed. Not in a dramatic movie way, in a simple way, in a way that made every other sound drop out. I didn't look back again. Looking back gives them your face. It gives them your fear. It makes it real in a way you can't take back. I kept walking, steady, like I hadn't noticed, like I wasn't already rearranging my options. I ran through what I had. My apartment was still several blocks away, and the last stretch was residential, darker, quieter. If I led them there, I'd be leading them to my door. I could call someone, but the street around me felt like it had too much open space, and not enough witnesses. If I stopped to pull out my phone, I'd be giving up momentum. Momentum is safety. I needed light. I needed cameras. I needed other humans who couldn't pretend they didn't see. A 24-hour convenience store sat a few blocks ahead, bright as a fish tank, the kind that never truly closes because it makes its money from people who don't want to be alone. I'd complained about it before, about the harsh fluorescent glare and the way it made the sidewalk look like a stage. That night I could have hugged the place, but I couldn't walk straight there, not with the cyclist still behind me. If I made my destination obvious, they'd know I'd made them, so I took one more turn, then another, circling a block in a way that made no sense as a route home. My shoes scuffed against gravel near a curb cut. A plastic bag tumbled across the street like something alive. My breath sounded loud in my own ears. Every single turn, the bike mirrored. At the fourth turn, I stopped pretending it was coincidence. My heart started beating in that hard, heavy way where you can feel it in your neck. I kept my pace even anyway. Fear makes you want to sprint, but sprinting tells them you're prey, and it burns the fuel you might need later. When I finally angled toward the convenience store, I did it like it was part of the plan all along. I crossed at a lit intersection, passing under a street lamp that buzzed faintly overhead. The cyclist rolled through the light behind me without speeding up, without slowing down, like they were attached to the same invisible line. The store's glass front came into view, and with it, my first real breath of relief. Bright white light spilled onto the sidewalk. Posters for energy drinks and lottery tickets plastered the windows. A security camera sat above the door like a little black eye. I didn't hesitate at the entrance. I pushed through the door hard enough that the bell clanged, and the sudden warmth and smell of hot dogs and floor cleaner hit me like a wall. The place was mostly empty. A tired-looking cashier stood behind the counter, leaning on their elbows, watching something on a small screen. I moved deeper into the store, past the rows of chips and the humming refrigerators. I forced myself to pick up a basket from the stack near the entrance. It was a stupid detail, but it made me look normal. It made me look like someone shopping, not someone running. Then I turned slightly and looked, just enough to see the reflection in the cooler door. The cyclist was outside. They had stopped at the edge of the light where the sidewalk went from bright to dim. They weren't on the bike anymore. One foot was on the ground, one on a pedal, like they could push off at any second. Their head was angled toward the glass. I couldn't make out their face clearly because of the glare, but I could tell they were looking straight at me, not scanning the store, not checking their phone, not waiting to go in, staring. My hands went cold around the basket handle. I walked down an aisle I didn't need, pretending to compare prices. My mind flicked through options again. Ask the cashier for help, call the police, text a friend. All of those involved committing to the fact that this was happening, that I wasn't just being paranoid. The cashier glanced up briefly as I passed the counter, and then back down. They didn't look like someone who wanted trouble in their night. They looked like someone who'd been alone behind that counter for too many hours, too used to odd people, too practiced at not seeing what they didn't want to see. I ended up by the refrigerators near the back, where the glass doors gave me a clear view of the front windows. The cyclist hadn't moved. They shifted their weight once, slowly, like they were settling in. Time in those moments doesn't flow right. It stretches. Every second feels like it comes with a decision attached. I took a bottle of water from the cooler and held it like I'd actually buy it. My phone sat heavy in my pocket, a small rectangle full of help that still required me to do something obvious to use it. The cyclist leaned closer to the glass. My throat tightened. I made myself inhale through my nose. I stared at the labels on the water bottles until the text blurred. Then I looked up again, because I couldn't not look. Their head was still angled toward me. Their hands were on the handlebars. They weren't fidgeting. They weren't impatient. They were waiting. I walked toward the counter with the water and set it down. My voice came out steadier than I felt. I asked if the restroom was open. The cashier pointed without much interest. I didn't go to the restroom. I drifted toward it and then stopped near a small display of phone chargers. From there, I could still see the front windows. The cyclist stayed outside, staring in like the store was an aquarium and I was the fish they'd chosen. At some point, the cashier looked up again, following my line of sight. Their eyes landed on the cyclist for a brief beat. Their expression didn't change. but their posture shifted, a subtle straightening, a small acknowledgement that there was something off about a person who stands outside a convenience store at that hour and just watches. That was the only comfort I got. Someone else saw it. I didn't let myself relax. Relaxation makes you careless. Instead, I stayed in motion inside the store, slow circles that looked like indecision. I checked my phone once, shielded by an aisle end cap, and typed a message to a friend who lived nearby. "Can you stay awake? Might need you." I didn't elaborate. My fingers shook slightly as I hit send. The cyclist remained. Minutes passed. More than a few. The store's fluorescent lights hummed overhead with a steady, irritating insistence. A refrigerator compressor kicked on and off. Somewhere behind the counter, a radio played low enough to be mostly static. I kept watching the cyclists through the glass. They didn't come in. They didn't leave. They didn't even look away. Not that I could see. When the door opened for the first time since I'd come in, the bell rang and my body flinched so hard it hurt. It was just another customer. A guy in a hoodie grabbing a pack of cigarettes, barely registering anyone else. The cyclist didn't move for him either. They stayed locked on the inside of the store, like the rest of the world was background noise. I checked the time again. My friend replied with a single yes. That one word did something to me. It reminded me I wasn't trapped in a bubble. It reminded me there were other people in the city besides me and the person on the bike. I waited. I watched. Eventually, the cyclist shifted back. Not away from the window entirely, just enough that their outline changed. They swung one leg over the bike in a smooth motion, like they'd done it 1,000 times. They didn't glance around. They didn't check for cars. They just pushed off, slow and deliberate, and rolled out of the pool of light. I tracked them through the front windows as far as I could. Their silhouette slid past the edge of the building and vanished into the darker stretch of street beyond. I stayed inside anyway. I waited until the anxious buzzing in my muscles eased into something dull. I bought the water I'd set on the counter, because leaving without buying it felt like tempting fate. The cashier took my money and slid the bottle back without comment. Their eyes flicked toward the windows once more, then back to the register. When I stepped outside again, the night air hit me like a slap. The street looked the same as it had before, quiet and empty, but the emptiness felt different now. It felt watched. I didn't go straight home. I took the longer route through brighter streets, past a late-night diner and a hotel lobby with a doorman who looked bored enough to notice everything. I kept my head up. I kept my pace steady. I checked reflections in dark windows and the gleam of parked cars. I never saw the cyclist again. But when I finally reached my block, I stopped under the streetlight across from my building and looked back the way I'd come. The road was empty, the sidewalks blank, no movement, no quiet roll of tires, just the hum of the streetlight and the glare of my own front door waiting for me. I stood there longer than I needed to, staring at the dark stretch of street like it might blink first. And the last thing I remember before I went inside was how the city can feel safest when it's awake, and how wrong it feels when it's still, and how a glass window can turn into the thinnest kind of wall between you and someone who won't stop watching. I was already behind when the dispatch pinged my scanner with the last stop of the evening, a priority drop that came in right as the light started to drain out of the sky. The route had been normal up until then. Subdivisions, office parks, a pharmacy run where the customer met me at the curb because they didn't want the neighbors to see the bag. The kind of work where your brain goes soft from repetition, and you start thinking about dinner instead of addresses. Then that final assignment hit and the map preview pulled me into the industrial district on the edge of town, where the buildings look like they're holding their breath. The address was a warehouse block I knew in the way you know a scar on your own hand. I'd driven past it 100 times on the highway feeder road. Long corrugated walls, faded signage, a row of loading bays with doors like shut eyelids. Most of those properties had been empty for years, leased and unleased, carved up for storage, then abandoned again. At dusk, they all looked the same, flat and quiet, with that thin metallic smell in the air from old asphalt and sun-warmed steel cooling down. The delivery notes were brief. Enter through gate, deliver to receiving. No suite number, no contact name, just a phone number that looked too clean, like it had never been used. The package in back wasn't heavy, but it was awkward, about the size of a small desktop printer, taped in a way that said it had been repacked more than once. I remember thinking it didn't look like anything urgent. It looked like a box that had been passed around. As I turned off the main road, the streetlights flickered on one by one, and the last sun smudged purple behind the rooftops. The industrial block was mostly dead at that hour. A few lots still had cars out front, but the windows were dark. I drove slowly, reading the numbers painted on curbs and fence posts, and when my scanner chirped that I'd arrived, I felt that little pause in my chest that happens when something doesn't match the picture in your head. The warehouse sat back from the road behind a chain-link fence topped with dull wire. The gate was a sliding kind, the kind you can shove open if it's loose or stuck half on its track. This one wasn't loose. It was closed flush, and the padlock was on the outside, clasped tight, the brass already turning green at the edges. A second lock hung beneath it like a backup plan. The entry instructions told me to enter. The gate told me I wasn't supposed to. I parked along the curb and took a minute to study it. No security booth. No cameras I could see. At least not obvious ones. The yard inside was a cluttered mess of pallets and broken concrete barriers, with weeds pushing up between them. The building itself had 2 roll-up doors and a regular side door recessed in a shadowed cutout. The windows along the top were grimy, and one pane was missing with a piece of plywood screwed over it. I tried the phone number from the notes. It rang until it dumped me into a generic voicemail with no name. I didn't leave a message. My company policy was clear. Attempt contact, document, then leave in a safe place if possible. But safe place assumes a front porch or an office lobby. It doesn't assume an abandoned yard behind a locked gate. The air felt colder down there, not because of weather, but because of the way sound died. The trucks on the highway were a low, constant sigh, but on that street I could hear my own door close too clearly. I lifted the box out, held it against my chest, and walked up to the fence. That's when I noticed the gate wasn't just locked. It was locked from the outside, like someone wanted it to look closed to the street, like the place wasn't operating. If you're inside and you lock a gate, you lock it from the inside or you use a latch you can reach. This was padlocked where only someone standing where I was standing could do it. I stood there staring at that detail longer than I should have. I've learned that my job is basically controlled trust. You trust that the address is real, that the customer wants the thing they ordered, that the dog behind the fence won't jump it. You trust the system because the system pays you to keep moving. But I've also learned that when the smallest piece doesn't fit, you slow down, because small pieces turn into big problems fast. A scrape came from the building, metal on concrete, and my eyes snapped up. The side door in the recessed cutout opened inward, just a crack at first. A shape appeared in the gap. Then a man stepped out into the yard. He looked like he'd been waiting, like he'd timed it, like he'd heard my van before I'd even parked. He didn't come to the fence right away. He stood near the door, half in shadow, and lifted a hand in a loose wave, as if we were co-workers meeting up late. Then he pointed toward the gate and made a circling motion with his finger, a universal sign for come in. I raised my own hand and gestured at the lock. I made my voice carry without shouting, the way you do when you want to keep things civil and still keep distance. I told him the gate was locked and I couldn't enter. He walked closer, and the dusk light caught his face. Mid-30s maybe, or older. Hard to tell with the way some people carry their fatigue like a mask. Baseball cap pulled low, work hoodie with no logo. His hands were bare, fingers stained as if he'd been handling oil or ink. He stopped a few yards from the fence and looked at the locks like they'd surprised him. Then he smiled, and the smile didn't reach his eyes. He said, casual as anything, that I could just bring it in through the side door. He jerked his chin toward the building and told me receiving was back there, deeper inside. He spoke like it was a minor inconvenience that the gate was locked, like the fence was just a suggestion. I told him I couldn't enter the property if I couldn't access it properly. I said I could leave the package at the gate and mark it delivered to an alternate location, or I could bring it back to the terminal and he could pick it up with ID. I kept my tone even, professional, the kind of voice that's supposed to end arguments. He stepped closer to the fence until his face was right up near the links. I could see the tiny chips in the paint on his cap brim. I could see that he was watching my hands, not my eyes. He said no, it had to go inside. He said it was company equipment, and it couldn't sit out here. He said I'd be in trouble if I didn't follow the instructions. Something in my stomach tightened. Not fear exactly. More like my body recognized a pattern my brain was still trying to name. The locked gate, the empty yard, the insistence, the way he didn't offer to unlock it or explain why it was locked. If this was legitimate, he could have walked over, slipped a key in, and rolled the gate open with one hand. Instead, he wanted me to cross the fence line into a building I couldn't see through. I scanned the yard again, letting my eyes move the way they do when you're checking for a dog in tall grass. That's when I saw the vehicles. They weren't in plain view from the street. They were tucked behind stacks of crates and long pallets, parked in the shadowed gap between the building and a leaning pile of shipping containers. A white van with no markings, a dark sedan, another vehicle farther back, with its front end covered by a tarp that flapped once in the breeze, and then settled. They were positioned like they'd been hidden on purpose, blocked from casual sight, but ready to move. My job takes me to odd places. Auto shops have cars everywhere. Warehouses have trucks in the yard. But this wasn't that. There was no lighting, no activity, no sounds of a business running. Those vehicles were in a dead yard behind a locked gate that told the world to stay out. The man followed my gaze and shifted his weight. His smile thinned. He said something about contractors and storage, but it came too fast, like he was throwing words at the gap I'd found. He lifted a hand and hooked his fingers through the fence links, and that gesture, small and ordinary, made the hairs on my arms lift because it felt like an ownership move, like he was reminding me the fence separated his space from mine. I took one step back from the gate, keeping the package hugged against my chest. I said again that I wasn't going inside. I offered the same options. I also raised my scanner a little so he could see I was logging the attempt. That this wasn't just a personal refusal. It was procedure. His face changed in a way that still sits with me. The smile dropped and a blank look took its place, like he'd switched off the part of himself meant to be friendly. He leaned closer and told me to stop making it difficult. He said he'd been waiting all day. He said slower now, that I needed to bring it to him, all the way in because they were expecting it. The word they landed heavy in the quiet. It wasn't a threat on its own. It was just a pronoun, but it suggested there were other people inside that building, and it suggested I wasn't supposed to see them from where I stood. I didn't argue. I didn't match his tone. I didn't raise my voice. I shifted the box down to the ground, right against the gate on the outside where my van and the street could see it. I set it carefully, label facing up, because whatever this was, I wasn't giving anyone a reason to claim I damaged it. Then I straightened, lifted my scanner, and marked it as delivered to gate due to no access. Contact attempted. He said my name then, not from a badge because I wasn't wearing one big enough to read, but from the handheld scanner tone, from the information he shouldn't have had unless he had the order in front of him. That hit me as another wrong piece. Customers sometimes know your first name from tracking updates, but he said it like a lever, like he expected it to move me. I backed away without turning my back fully, the way you do around an aggressive dog. I kept my eyes on him as I walked to the van. My heart was beating harder now, not racing but steady and insistent like it was counting exits. When I reached the driver's door, I got in fast. I locked it without thinking. The locks thunked down with a heavy, satisfying sound. I started the engine. The headlights washed the fence in white, and for a second the man's shadow stretched across the yard behind him like a stain. He lifted both hands and slapped them against the fence once. The metal rattled. Then he pointed at me and made a short chopping motion, the kind of gesture that would mean stop on a busy street. He took a step toward the side door, as if he might go back inside, as if he might be getting something or someone. That was the moment. The situation stopped being a weird delivery and became a choice with consequences. I didn't sit there and watch him. I didn't wait to see if the side door opened again. I put the van in gear and pulled away. The tires crackled over loose gravel at the curb. The steering wheel felt slick under my palms. I kept my speed controlled until I hit the main road. Then I drove like I had somewhere else to be because I did. I needed to be anywhere but that address. In my side mirror, I saw movement in the yard. Not the man by the fence, he'd stepped back into shadow, but a flicker near the crates. A shifting silhouette that could have been someone crossing between vehicles. I didn't slow down to make sure. I didn't give my brain the chance to turn that into a story. I just kept going. Back at the terminal, the sky was fully dark. The building lights buzzed overhead in the loading area, bright and harsh and normal. My coworkers were finishing their scans, joking about missed turns and barking dogs. I walked inside and logged my exception report while the details were still sharp. Locked gate from street side, recipient demanded entry into building, multiple vehicles concealed in yard, unsafe to proceed. I made sure to include it in the internal note field where supervisors actually read, not just the automated delivery comments customers see. I didn't dramatize it, I didn't call it a trap. I wrote it like an incident, because that's how you get taken seriously. I attached the timestamp and the GPS marker and moved on with my shift closeout. The next morning, my manager asked me to step into his office before I even put my bag down. He had my route up on his screen. He asked if I was okay. His voice was careful, the way it gets when someone has already decided something matters. He told me that address had been flagged before, not by us but by other carriers and by a fraud team that tracked a pattern of suspicious deliveries. He didn't give me every detail, and I didn't push, but he said the location had been used as a drop point in a known fraudulent scheme. Packages ordered under stolen accounts, sent to a dead building, picked up by whoever could intimidate the driver into bringing it inside, where cameras couldn't see. Sometimes the orders were legitimate goods. Sometimes they were empty boxes meant to generate proof of delivery for chargeback gains. Either way, the point was control, keep the delivery out of sight, keep the paper trail clean, keep the driver from asking questions. He said other drivers had gone in. He said a couple had reported feeling cornered. He said one had been pressured to scan something as delivered before he even saw the recipient. Nobody had been hurt, at least not officially, but the pattern was enough that the address was being blocked across multiple systems. I nodded through it all, hearing his words but seeing that yard again, the locked gate that was meant to signal emptiness, the side door swallowing light, the vehicles waiting behind crates. I thought about how close I'd come to doing what the note told me to do, because the note sounded official and my job trained you to follow notes. What stuck with me most wasn't the man's face or his voice. It was the simple contradiction that started everything. A gate locked from the outside and instructions that assumed it would be open. I've replayed that moment a lot. The second my brain noticed the mismatch and my body went still. It wasn't courage. It wasn't hero instinct. It was just the part of me that knows how quickly a normal day can tip into something you can't undo. For a while after that, every time I rolled up to an industrial address at dusk, I felt my attention sharpen. I started parking in ways that gave me clean exits. I started trusting the feeling in my ribs when the environment went too quiet. I learned to treat just bring it inside as a request that needed context, not a command I owed. A week later, I drove past that warehouse on my way to another stop, in full daylight. It looked even emptier then. The fence was still there, the gate was still shut, the padlock still hung on the outside, catching sun like dull coins. Nothing moved in the yard, no trucks, no workers, no sign that anything had ever happened there at all. I didn't slow down. I kept my eyes forward and let the building slide by in my peripheral vision, like a bad thought you refuse to entertain. But as I merged back onto the main road, I caught one last glimpse of the recessed side door, a rectangle of shadow cut into metal, and I pictured it opening just a crack, timed to the sound of an engine, waiting for someone who would choose wrong, and I drove on until it was gone behind me. The first thing that bothered me was how quiet the woods were when we pulled in, like the trees were holding their breath. I mean quiet in a practical way. No distant highway hiss. No neighbor's dog. Even the wind felt dampened, the way it gets after snow melt when everything is heavy and wet. Our tires crunched along a narrow gravel drive that disappeared under fir branches, and the cabin sat at the end of it like it had been set down and forgotten. One story, dark stained wood, a porch that sagged slightly on one side. It looked exactly like the listing photos, which was the whole point. We wanted a weekend where nothing reached us. I watched the way the porch light flickered when Jenna tried the switch, the way it steadied after a second. I watched Marcus toss the keys from his palm to his pocket and scan the tray line the way he does when he's trying not to look like he's scanning. Theo was already hauling a cooler from the trunk, grunting like he'd personally built it. The air smelled like pine needles and old rain. Under that was something else. Dust that had been warmed and then cooled again, like the inside of a closet you don't open often. I'm not a paranoid person. I'm the person who notices the second lock on a door and asks what it's for. I'm the person who checks the windows before I unpack, not because I think someone's hiding, but because it's easier to fix a problem before you're comfortable. That weekend, I kept telling myself that's all it was, habit. Inside, the cabin was tidy in a way that felt staged. Throw blankets folded into neat rectangles, a bowl of fake fruit on the table, a guest binder open to the Enjoy Your Stay page like someone had just set it there. The place had a forced cheerfulness that made me want to close drawers just to prove they opened. We did the normal settling in things. I set my bag down in the corner bedroom, the one with a narrow bed and a window facing the woods. Jenna claimed the loft because she liked being up high. Marcus took the bedroom with the wood stove because he ran cold. Theo didn't care where he slept as long as he could put his duffel down and forget it existed. We started dinner as the light faded. The sky went that early evening slate color you only get deep in the trees, where sunset isn't a show so much as a dimmer switch. The cabin creaked as it cooled, and every time it did I found myself looking at the ceiling beams, listening for something that didn't fit. The router was labeled with a sticky note. Cabin Wi-Fi/password retreat. No cell service unless you stood on the porch and held your phone up like an offering. The binder said that. The listing said that too. Off-grid vibes with modern comforts. That was the wording. While Theo chopped onions, I walked through the cabin like I was counting exits. Front door, back door that opened onto a narrow deck, 2 windows in the living room, 1 in each bedroom, 1 in the loft, all of them latched. The locks worked. The back door's deadbolt was a different brand than the front, which made me pause, but then I told myself people replace hardware all the time. There was a closet off the hallway that held a broom, extra towels, a folded cot. Below it, a square of wood paneling cut into the floor in a way that didn't match the rest. It looked like someone had patched something and tried to make it disappear. I crouched and ran my fingertips along the edges. The grain didn't align. The screws were newer than the surrounding boards. In a cabin that old, you could tell what was original and what was not. Basement? Marcus asked behind me. His voice made me jump in a way I hated. I stood up and shrugged like it was nothing. Maybe. Didn't mention one. Jenna drifted over and peered down. Creepy, don't open it. Theo called something from the kitchen about needing a lighter. And the moment passed. We ate. We laughed. We played cards at the table under the yellow kitchen light. At some point, rain started. Soft at first, then steadier, tapping the roof and making the woods even quieter by comparison. If you asked me now, I couldn't tell you what we talked about. Not in detail. Weekend plans, work stories, Jenna's new apartment, Theo's stubborn car, Marcus telling a story about getting lost on a trail in college. Ordinary, forgettable things. That's important, because what happened later didn't hinge on secrets. It hinged on the fact that our ordinary words were being collected. After dinner, Theo went hunting for firewood on the covered stack outside. Marcus got the wood stove going even though it wasn't that cold, just because he liked the smell. Jenna found the guest binder and started reading reviews out loud, making faces at the overly enthusiastic ones. I wandered back to that patch in the floor and stared at it like I could make it explain itself. There was no handle, just a thin seam and 4 screws that didn't match. Whoever installed it didn't want it to be convenient. I went to the kitchen drawer and found a flathead screwdriver under a bundle of rubber bands and a half-dead flashlight. I didn't announce what I was doing. I didn't want to make it a group dare. I just wanted to know. The screws came out with a squeal that made my teeth itch. The panel lifted easier than it should have, like it wasn't really attached to anything. Underneath was a metal ring set into a second door, an actual hatch, darker and heavier, with a padlock that hung open. That's when the hair rose on my arms. It wasn't the door. Cabins have basements. It wasn't even the padlock. It was the fact that the padlock was open, like someone had unlocked it and left. I called them over then because I didn't trust my own senses anymore. In under a minute, we were all crouched around the hole, the kitchen light throwing sharp shadows. Via leaned in and sniffed. Smells like old electronics. Jenna made a noise in her throat, displeased. Marcus shone his phone flashlight down into the dark. A set of narrow wooden stairs descended into a space you couldn't see. There was a switch on the wall beside the hatch. Marcus flipped it. Nothing happened. Maybe the bulb's out, he said, but he didn't sound convinced. I went first because if we were going to do something stupid, I wanted it to be on my terms. I stepped down carefully, feeling each stair with my foot before putting weight on it. The wood was solid but damp, and the air got colder as I descended. Like the basement held onto its own climate. Halfway down, the smell hit me properly. Not mold, not mice. That hot plastic metallic scent you get from old electronics that have been powered on and off for years, collecting dust, warming and cooling. At the bottom, my shoe touched concrete. Marcus's light swept the space, and what it revealed made my stomach tighten. The room wasn't just a basement. It was a room inside the basement, sealed off with thick foam panels on every surface, walls and ceiling. The foam was the kind used in studios, cut into jagged wedges, the pattern designed to swallow sound. Some panels were newer, almost black. Others had faded to gray and were peeling at the corners. In the center was a folding table covered in equipment that belonged in a different decade. Reel-to-reel tape decks with spools like eyes, a stack of VCRs, an old mixing board with sliders worn shiny, 2 bulky monitors, cables everywhere, bundled and zip-tied with the obsessive neatness of someone who couldn't tolerate loose ends. There were microphones too, not the handheld kind you sing into, but small ones mounted on clips, the kind you hide. Jenna's breathing changed behind me. Theo stopped joking. Marcus's light trembled just slightly as he swept it from table to wall to ceiling. There was a chair in front of the table, positioned as if someone had just stood up from it. On the seat was a thin film of dust, except for a clean oval in the center where fabric had recently pressed, fresh enough that the edges weren't blurred. I took a step closer and saw the power strip mounted to the table leg. The little red switch was on. Marcus whispered my name, a warning more than a question. I reached out and touched the top of one of the monitors with 2 fingers. It was warm. That should have been enough to send us back up the stairs without discussion. But the human brain likes to collect proof, as if proof changes what's real. I looked for something that would tell me this was a leftover project, a previous owner's hobby, a weird sound engineer's retreat, something harmless. Instead, I saw the notebook. It sat on the far corner of the table, tucked under a pair of headphones, a cheap black composition book, the kind you buy in bulk for school. Its cover was scuffed, but the spine wasn't cracked. It had been opened and closed carefully. I picked it up with my fingertips like it might be sticky. It wasn't. The first page was dated, not last year, not months ago. That day, there were lines of handwriting, neat and compact, short entries, each with a time next to it. I flipped forward and saw more, page after page. I didn't want to read it aloud. I didn't want to give the words more air. But Marcus stepped close enough to see over my shoulder, and Jenna pressed her hand against my arm, as if to anchor herself. The entries were about us. Not vague, not guests arrived, not 4 people. It was our car, described correctly. It was the exact moment Theo complained about the gravel in his shoes. It was Jenna laughing at the fake fruit and calling it sad. It was Marcus mentioning he couldn't get his phone to load anything unless he stood on the porch. My eyes moved too fast, skimming for something that would make it make sense. They found a line that froze me in place. It quoted me, not the general idea of what I'd said. The actual sentence, the one I'd muttered while tightening the screw back into the hatch panel before dinner, thinking no one was listening. A throwaway comment about how the screws looked new. The ink was fresh enough that it still had a slight shine when Marcus's light hit it. I flipped back a page and saw another entry, this one describing our dinner conversation. Theo's story about his car, Jenna's complaint about her landlord, Marcus's trail story. There were details a stranger shouldn't have been able to catch unless they were close enough to hear us clearly, or unless they were listening through something we couldn't see. Jenna pulled her hand away from my arm and wiped it on her jeans, like she'd touched something filthy. Theo leaned in, jaw clenched, and then leaned back quickly as if the notebook might bite. Marcus's voice was low and tight. He didn't ramble. "We're leaving," I agreed without hesitation, because the notebook did what the room alone could not. The room could have been abandoned. The room could have been a previous owner's mess. The notebook was current. The notebook meant someone was here, now, tracking us in real time. I didn't know if they were in the woods, in another structure, or watching through a device tucked into the cabin walls. I didn't know if they were armed. I didn't know if they planned to come back while we slept. What I did know was that staying turned a weekend retreat into a trap. We moved fast, and we moved quiet. No arguments, no drawn-out debate. We climbed the stairs, closed the hatch, and I put the panel back down the way it had been. I didn't bother screwing it in. It felt pointless, like putting a lid back on something that had already gotten out. Upstairs, the cabin felt different instantly, like it had shifted from cozy to staged, from welcoming to performative. Every corner looked like it could be hiding a small lens. Every smoke detector looked too heavy. Every wall outlet looked too new. I took my bag from the bedroom and didn't fold anything. I stuffed clothes into it like I was trying to beat a timer. Jenna did the same, eyes darting to the windows. Theo yanked his duffel zipper so hard it snagged, and he swore once under his breath, and then went silent again. Marcus grabbed keys, wallets, anything essential, and then he started collecting our phones like he meant to make sure none of us forgot one. At some point, I caught myself listening for footsteps on the porch, for the click of the front doorknob, for anything that would mean we'd waited too long. The rain had picked up outside, a steady wash that turned the porch boards glossy. When we stepped out, cold air slapped my face, and it felt like relief and exposure at the same time. Our headlights carved 2 pale tunnels through the trees. The woods looked endless beyond them. We didn't run. Running would have turned this into a chase in our heads. We walked quickly, loaded the car with shaking hands, and got inside. Marcus started the engine and didn't turn on music. The wipers squeaked back and forth, too loud in the darkness. As we pulled out, I looked at the cabin one last time. There was no silhouette in the window, no movement on the porch, just the porch light burning steady now, as if it had never flickered at all. The drive back down the gravel road felt longer than it had on the way in. The trees leaned over us. Rain smeared the windshield. Every time the tires slipped slightly on wet stones, my pulse jumped. When we finally hit the paved road and my phone regained a bar of service, the first thing I did was take photos of the listing on the rental platform. Screenshots of every detail, every amenity, every line of description that hadn't mentioned a basement. I also wrote down what we'd found in a plain, clinical way like I was making notes for insurance. At the bottom of my notes, I pasted the file marker I'd used, so I wouldn't lose it later. We stopped at a gas station under harsh fluorescent lights and called the non-emergency line. We didn't tell a dramatic story. We told the truth. Hidden door, soundproof room, recording equipment, a notebook that logged our conversations from earlier that day. The dispatcher asked for the address, then asked us to repeat it. I could hear the shift in their tone, the way a routine call turns into something that gets written down carefully. After that, we reported it to the rental platform through the app and through email, attaching the screenshots and the few photos we'd managed to take of the basement equipment before we bolted. The platform's automated reply came first, cheery and bland, and then a real response followed the next morning, asking for details and assuring us they were looking into it. By the time we got home, the sky had gone from night to that gray early morning color that makes everything feel unfinished. I showered twice and still couldn't shake the sense of being listened to. My apartment felt too open. My own vents sounded suspicious. I kept my TV off because I didn't want noise to fill the space where my thoughts were trying to settle. 2 days later, I checked the listing again. It was gone. Not unavailable. Not booked. Gone as if it had never existed. The platform sent a final message saying the property had been removed pending investigation. The wording was cautious. They didn't say why. They didn't say what they'd found. They refunded our money and offered a credit, as if that could scrub the feeling from my skin. The police never told us much either. An officer called once to confirm we'd left safely, and to ask if we'd noticed any vehicles parked nearby on the drive-in. I hadn't, that was the problem. Out there, the woods swallowed everything. Sometimes I think about how normal the evening had been, before we lifted that panel. How easily we'd laughed at a bowl of fake fruit. How we'd complained about a flickering porch light like it was the biggest inconvenience we'd face. And then I remember the warm monitor and the fresh ink, the way my own sentence stared back at me from the page, already captured and filed away by someone who shouldn't have been there. I don't go looking for hidden doors anymore. I don't pry at seams or test screws. If a place feels too staged, too quiet, too eager to welcome me, I take my bag and I leave. The woods don't scare me. The idea of someone listening does, because they don't have to show their face to be close enough to hear you breathing. The first night I noticed the car. I was standing at my kitchen sink with the tap running, rinsing a coffee mug I hadn't used. It was late enough that the neighborhood had gone flat and quiet. The kind of quiet where the refrigerator's hum feels like something you should apologize for. Through the slats of the blinds, a pair of headlights painted a pale stripe across my living room wall. When I turned my head to look, the light vanished, not dimmed, not angled away, just gone, like someone had snapped their fingers and erased it. I held still with my hand in the water, listening for an engine, tires on pavement, a door shutting. Nothing. I dried my hands on my shirt and went to the front window, the way I always do. Slow, careful, keeping to the side so my silhouette wouldn't fill the glass. I'm not the kind of person who charges toward problems. I'm the kind who double checks that the deadbolt catches, and that the back gate is latched before I go to bed. The street was mostly empty. Porch lights glowed in warm squares. A couple of parked trucks sat nosing along the curb, and across from my driveway, half a house down, a sedan was tucked under a maple tree with its lights off. Dark windows, no interior glow. Nothing about it that screamed trouble except that it hadn't been there when I pulled in earlier. I told myself it belonged to a visitor, someone's cousin, a late-night rideshare driver taking a break, a teenager sneaking a call outside their parents' house. Still, I watched it for a full minute before stepping away. I went through my routine, checked the locks, set the alarm, make sure the motion light by the side gate was actually toggled on. Then I stood in the hallway with my phone in my hand, debating whether I was being ridiculous. I typed a note to myself, time, description, where it was parked, then saved it with the rest of my just-in-case records. I even labeled the file with the odd marker I'd been using lately, a string I'd copied from a safety template I keep around. It looked like nonsense, but it reminded me to stick to facts when my brain tried to sprint ahead of evidence. I didn't sleep well. The second night, it happened again. I was on my couch with the TV on low, not really watching, letting the noise fill the room so the house wouldn't feel as empty as it was. At 11:47 p.m., my living room brightened two clean beams cutting through the blinds, sliding over the bookshelf and the framed photo of my sister's dog. I turned my head. The beams died instantly. This time I didn't move right away. I waited, counting nothing, just letting seconds pass until my shoulders loosened. When I finally eased toward the window, the sedan was in the same place as before, under the maple, lights out. I couldn't tell if someone was inside. The streetlight nearby didn't reach that far. The windshield reflected the dark shape of branches. I opened my phone camera and zoomed in, holding it as steady as I could. The image was grainy, a dark car in a dark patch. Not a license plate, not a face. I told myself I was spooking myself over a parked car. Suburban paranoia. Then I remembered the way those headlights shut off the instant I looked, like the driver was watching my window and waiting for the smallest movement. The third night, I stood in my bedroom with the blinds lifted a single inch, holding them between two fingers so they wouldn't rattle. I waited in the dark and watched the street like it was my job. Just after midnight, the sedan rolled into place without lights, a shadow gliding into another shadow. It didn't park with the casual wobble of someone checking their phone. It lined up too neatly, tires straight, body squared to the curb. I kept my eyes on it until my vision started making its own patterns. At 12:31, the headlights flashed on, two bright cones flooding my living room again. Bold enough to be deliberate, I didn't look away. I didn't shift. I watched the light through the crack of the blinds until my eyes watered. The beams cut off. Not after a long moment. Not after the driver decided they were done. The exact instant my gaze met the source, the exact instant my attention was undeniable, the car went dark. That was when the fear stopped being vague. That was when it became a shape. The next morning, there was something on my doorstep. It wasn't there when I took the trash out at dusk. I was sure of that because I always glanced down. Trip hazards, loose mail, anything that might have been dropped. But at 6:10 a.m. when I opened the door to grab my package delivery from the day before, a small object sat centered on the welcome mat like it had been placed with care. A white plastic disc about the size of a poker chip, with a tiny notch cut out of one edge. No writing, no logo, clean, like it had just come out of a pack. For a second I stood there with the cool morning air hitting my face, looking at it and feeling the ridiculous urge to call out, to say hello to an empty street, to prove to myself that I wasn't alone in seeing it. I didn't. I nudged it with my shoe. It didn't stick or scrape, just slid a little on the mat. I picked it up with a paper towel like it might be sharp, then turned it over and over in my hands. It smelled faintly like rubber. I set it on my kitchen counter and stared at it, while my coffee brewed. It was too plain to be trash, too centered to be accidental. If it was a prank, it wasn't a funny one. If it was a message, I didn't speak the language. By noon, I'd convinced myself it was nothing, and also that I needed to tell someone, because those two ideas can coexist when you live alone, and you're trying to be rational. That's how I ended up talking to my neighbor, the one who always walks her little terrier past my house around lunchtime. I caught her at the mailbox. I kept it casual, parked car. Weird timing, odd object. I didn't use words like stalking or threat. I let my tone do the work of sounding sane. She listened without interrupting, eyes squinting slightly like she was filing my words into a drawer she'd already labeled. Then she told me something she'd heard about the house. Not about me, about before. She said a man used to rent here a few years back. The kind of tenant who complained about everything and kept to himself. The kind who left notes for people about where to park and how loud their music was. She said folks on the block had called him watchful, and not in a compliment way. He would sit in his car sometimes and stare at his own front door like he was waiting for someone to come out. He'd called the police on delivery drivers because they lingered. He'd told the HOA that people were observing him and demanded the streetlight near the corner be replaced because it flickered. She didn't say the word obsessive like it was gossip. She said it like she didn't enjoy remembering it. When she finished, she looked past me at my front windows, at the blinds. She told me gently that the house had always felt like it was being watched, even when nobody was watching it. After she walked away, I stood in my driveway longer than I needed to, staring at the maple tree down the street like I could burn a hole through it with my attention. I didn't want to turn this into a story about a cursed address or a neighborhood legend. I wanted it to be an ordinary explanation I could solve with ordinary tools, so I did what I always do when my nerves flare. I tightened my routines. That afternoon, I went to a hardware store and bought a motion-activated floodlight bright enough to make my driveway look like a stage. I bought a security camera too, one of the simple ones with an app and a wide-angle lens. I picked up new screws, a better door strike plate, and a roll of weather stripping I didn't actually need. The cart felt like armor. I installed everything before sunset, working fast, hands steady. The camera sat under the eave angled down toward the driveway and front walk. The motion light went above the garage, aimed to cover the approach. I tested the range by walking back and forth until it triggered every time. When darkness fell, the neighborhood looked the same as always. Porch lights, TV flicker behind curtains, the low hush of distant traffic. At 11:19 p.m., the sedan appeared again beneath the maple. Lights out. I didn't go to the window this time. I watched through the camera feed on my phone, sitting at my kitchen table with the blinds closed and the overhead light off, my face lit by the screen. At 11:52, my living room brightened anyway. Through the thin edges of the blinds, I saw the beams, a hard white glare aimed directly at my front windows. On the screen, the camera view stayed steady. The car was outside its range, but the light showed up as a brief flare in the corner of the image. I waited. The beams cut off the instant I shifted the blinds enough to peek. My stomach tightened in a way that made my ribs feel too small. Just after 1 a.m., the motion light over the garage snapped on. My driveway flooded with brightness. Hard shadows formed under the shrubs. The concrete looked bleached. On my screen, the camera feed adjusted, the image sharpening. Someone stood in the middle of my driveway, not on the sidewalk, not approaching, not leaving, just standing there squarely facing my front door. They were far enough away that the camera couldn't give me details. The person's face was a smear of shadow under a hood or a cap. Their arms hung at their sides. Their posture was straight but not tense, like a person waiting in line, like a person who had all the time in the world. The motion light should have made them flinch. Most people react to being spotlighted, even animals do. But the figure didn't move. My first thought was that the camera had frozen. My second thought was that if it had frozen, the motion light wouldn't still be on. I watched the timestamp in the corner tick forward. Seconds passing. The person remained planted, head angled slightly, eyes, if they had eyes visible, aimed at my door. I didn't call out. I didn't open the door. I didn't do anything that required stepping into the line between my home and that silent shape. I stayed in my kitchen, phone in both hands, heart thudding in my throat. After a full minute, the figure shifted, just enough to make the camera's motion detection box flicker. They didn't step closer. They didn't step away. They simply turned their head a fraction, as if listening. Then, very slowly, they lifted one hand and pointed. Not at the camera, not at the light, but at my doorknob. The gesture was small, casual, like a reminder. A soft chime came from my phone as the camera recorded an event. My finger hovered over the button to sound the alarm, the little digital siren option that promised to scare off intruders. I didn't press it. I didn't want to provoke anything. I didn't want to announce where I was inside the house. I wanted the distance between us to remain a rule. On the screen, the person lowered their hand again and went perfectly still. The motion light stayed on until it timed out. It clicked off with a mechanical finality, plunging the driveway into darkness. In the sudden dim, my camera switched to night mode, grainy black and white. The figure was still there, paler now, the outline of their head and shoulders floating against the darker background. I whispered, without meaning to. No, it was the only sound I made. The headlights across the street flared on again, so bright they washed out the camera's night image for a heartbeat, turning the figure into a silhouette cut from paper. I saw the sedan's beams rake over my front door, and the person standing in the driveway, like they were being checked and approved. I shifted toward the front window before I could stop myself. The headlights snapped off the instant my blinds moved, like the driver had been waiting for that exact tell. On my phone screen, the silhouette in my driveway didn't react. It didn't startle. It didn't run. It simply remained facing my door, as if my attention was a switch it didn't care about. I backed away from the windows and locked my phone's screen brightness down low. My hands were sweating. My mouth felt dry and metallic. I forced myself to do the next practical thing. I called the non-emergency police line and reported a suspicious person on my property. I kept my voice level. I gave my address and described what I could. Adult height, hooded, standing in the driveway, not responding to light. I didn't mention the car's headlights flicking off when I looked because it sounded like a campfire detail. I didn't mention the small plastic disc on my mat because I didn't know what it meant. While I waited, I watched the camera feed and tried not to imagine footsteps on my porch. The figure stayed in place until the distant sweep of headlights approached from down the street. A patrol car, slow and deliberate, turning onto my block. On my screen, the hooded person finally moved. They didn't sprint. They didn't stumble. They took one step backward, then another, retreating down my driveway the way someone leaves a room they don't own. When the patrol car's beams slid across the yard, the person angled toward the side of my house, toward the strip between my fence and my neighbor's hedge where the shadows were deepest. The motion light clicked on again, catching a final glimpse, shoulders, the edge of a sleeve, a pale hand, and then the figure vanished out of frame. The patrol car rolled past my house and slowed. I watched through a crack in the blinds as an officer stepped out and scanned the yard with a flashlight. The beam cut across the fence, across the shrubs, across my front door, where the doormat sat like a tongue. Nothing moved. The officer knocked. I didn't open the door wide. I spoke through the crack with the chain still on, keeping my body behind the door frame. I gave him the basic facts. I showed him the video on my phone without handing it over. He watched, his face unreadable in the porch light. He told me they'd circle the block, check the alley, ask a few neighbors if they'd seen anything. When he left, the street returned to its hushed normalcy too quickly, like the whole thing had been a dream with an ugly aftertaste. I didn't sleep. I sat at my kitchen table until dawn, with the camera feed open, watching my own front door the way someone else had been watching it. In the early light, when the world looked ordinary again, I went outside and examined the doormat and the threshold. I found a faint scuff near the bottom corner of the door, a mark in the dust that wasn't there before. I crouched and ran a finger along it. Fine grit, the kind you get on shoes. Then I saw what the white plastic disc was for. It fit the strike plate on my doorframe too neatly, sliding into place like a spacer. It wasn't a key. It wasn't a toy. It was a wedge, a cheap little shim that could keep a latch from catching fully, if you placed it right and closed the door with gentle pressure. The kind of thing someone could set down, walk away, and come back to later. The kind of thing that would make you think you'd locked up when you hadn't. I stood in my doorway, holding that piece of plastic, looking down my bright normal street and trying to force my breathing into something steady. All day I kept the camera recording to a local drive, and backed up the clips. I replaced the deadbolt screws with longer ones. I adjusted the motion light so there were no dark pockets on the driveway. I trimmed the shrub that could hide a person's outline. I did everything that made sense and some things that didn't, because doing nothing felt like inviting someone to continue. That evening, just before dark, I walked down to the maple tree where the sedan kept parking. The curb was littered with dry leaves and a crushed soda can. There were tire marks in the dust at the edge of the asphalt, faint but fresh, as if someone had pulled in and out of the same spot again and again. I didn't see the car. I didn't see a person. I didn't see anything that would turn this into a clean story with a clear ending. When night came, I sat inside with the blinds closed and the camera feed open, the motion light armed like a guard dog. My house felt smaller than it ever had. Every creak sounded like a decision. At 12:08 a.m., the motion light snapped on. The driveway was empty. No hooded figure, no movement, just bright light washing over concrete, and the dull shine of my front doorknob. The camera adjusted, then picked up something at the very bottom edge of the frame, close to the lens. The corner of a dark object, like someone's shoulder pressed just out of view, close enough that the night mode couldn't separate it from the black. I stared at that shape until my eyes burned. I didn't move. I didn't reach for the blinds. On the screen, the dark shape didn't slide away. It didn't shift. It stayed there, breathing or not breathing, present without proof, close enough that the camera couldn't make it a person, and my mind couldn't make it anything else. And I sat in my kitchen watching my own front door, as the bright security light held the driveway like a white sheet over something that refused to leave, refused to knock, refused to show itself, as if waiting. The pickup pin chimed at 1:17 a.m., and I took it because the night had been slow and my coffee was cooling in the cup holder. The streets were mostly empty, washed pale by LED streetlights and the occasional sweep of headlights across storefront glass. I remember thinking the city looked cleaner when nobody was in it, like it was holding its breath. I turned onto the block the app highlighted and eased along the curb, scanning doorways and shadows the way you learn to do when you drive strangers around for a living. The rider was standing half under an awning, not quite in the light, hoodie up, hands loose at his sides. When he stepped forward, the light caught his face in pieces, cheekbone, the bridge of his nose, then his eyes. He didn't wave, he just opened the rear door and got in with a quiet, practiced motion like he'd done it 1,000 times. I waited for the familiar confirmation. Name, destination, the small ritual that keeps things normal. The app showed his first name and a generic avatar. Nothing else that mattered. "Hey," he said from behind me. His voice was easy, friendly. "You always work this late?" There's a way people ask that idle curiosity, trying to make conversation. This didn't feel like that. It felt like he was placing a hand on the edge of my day and testing how much it would bend. "I drive nights." "Yeah," I said, keeping my tone flat. My eyes stayed forward, hands at 9 and 3. We're headed to the address in the app. A soft laugh. Sure. You like it though, don't you? The quiet, the control." I blinked once and watched the traffic signal change at the intersection. Green. I pulled out smoothly. He leaned forward a little. I could feel it more than see it. The air in the cabin shifted when someone moves closer. "What's your real schedule?" he asked. "Like, when do you actually go home? You got someone waiting up?" I'd been doing rideshare long enough to know that every night has at least one person who treats you like a therapist. A bartender, a confessional. Most of them are lonely. Some are drunk. A few are just awkward. This didn't read like any of those. He wasn't slurring. He wasn't rambling. He was precise. "I keep my personal life private," I said. Still calm, still professional. "You can always send a message through the app if there's anything about the route you want changed." That should have been a boundary, like a stop sign. Most people see it and back off. He didn't. Private. He repeated the word like he was tasting it. "That's funny. You think you get privacy when you're doing this?" I didn't answer. Not because I didn't have one, but because answering gives a person momentum. The cabin filled with the soft rush of the heater and the low hiss of tires on asphalt. A minute later he said, "You didn't ask me where I'm going." I kept my eyes on the lane markers. "It's in the app. It doesn't have to be." That made the hair at the back of my neck lift. Not in a dramatic way, just enough to remind me I had a body. My phone sat in its mount, the map bright. The destination line was set. His profile dot was behind me. "What's the cross street?" I asked, making it sound routine. He waited just long enough to make the silence feel heavy. "You'll see," he said. I took a breath through my nose. I could smell old fast food in the upholstery, the faint sweetness of my air freshener, and something else, cologne, sharp and clean, as if he'd put it on recently and used too much. He was trying to be present in the space. A block later, he shifted again. I saw a pale hand reach up from the back seat and touch the passenger side mirror. I watched in the mirror as it moved. He wasn't adjusting it to see traffic. He turned it inward, slowly, until it caught the angle of my face. Then he did the same with the rear view, tilting it down so instead of showing the back window, it showed his eyes. Now when I glanced up, I didn't see the road behind me. I saw him watching me. "Is that better?" he asked. I kept my grip steady, but my heartbeat started to pace itself against my ribs. Mirrors are tools. You need them. Anyone who touches them without asking is taking something. Please don't adjust the mirrors, I said. My voice stayed even. I need them set for safe driving. He didn't move his hands away. His fingers rested on the mirror like he owned it. You need to see me, he said, and the friendliness in his voice had a thin edge now. You drivers always try to pretend nobody's back here like we're cargo, the map spoke softly. Turn right in 500 feet. I kept going straight for a moment longer than the app suggested, toward a better lit avenue, and then turned at the next intersection. The route line recalculated. The car stayed in motion. Motion is safety, he noticed. That wasn't the turn. Traffic pattern, I said. This way is faster. He leaned forward again, and I felt the heat of him behind my seat. Don't lie to me, he said, still quiet. I can see the screen. I didn't look at him. I didn't argue. I let the next few seconds be boring. There's a trick to de-escalation that nobody explains. When you sign up to drive, you make yourself dull. You refuse to become a character in someone else's little drama. He exhaled and then, almost gently, he adjusted the rear view a fraction more, until his eyes centered perfectly over my shoulder. It was like he was framing a shot. You've got good skin, he said. You drink water. You sleep when you can. You're careful. That hit harder than it should have, because it was true in an ordinary way. And hearing a stranger list your habits feels like someone reading your mail out loud. I swallowed. Is there anything you need for the ride? I asked. Temperature okay? Music? He laughed once. Not friendly now. You're doing that thing you think if you keep it polite it doesn't count. What doesn't count? He didn't answer. Instead, he said, you live nearby. I can tell. My stomach tightened. I don't discuss where I live. Still doing it. I reached up with 2 fingers and nudged the rear view back where it belonged. Not aggressively, just a small correction, like you'd do if it got bumped. For a second, I saw the back window again. The empty lane behind us. A distant pair of headlights. His hand snapped up and pushed it right back. He didn't say anything when he did it. That was the part that changed the temperature in the car. Friendly people asked. Even rude people announced themselves. This was silent. A correction. A demand. I kept driving. At a red light, he said, pull into that lot. The lot was dark. A half-empty strip mall with the signs off and only one buzzing light above a closed sandwich shop. The kind of place you could pull into and not be seen by anyone who mattered. I'm staying on the route, I said. I watched the crosswalk timer count down. The urge to look at him in the mirror was strong. I didn't give in. You're not listening, he said. His voice was cold now, flat. Pull in. The light turned green. I went straight. For a few blocks. He didn't speak. That silence was its own pressure. He wanted me to fill it. I focused on small, normal things. The feel of the steering wheel, the way the suspension absorbed a pothole, the glow of the instrument panel. I kept us on main streets. I avoided side roads. I avoided parking lots. I avoided anywhere that would slow me down. My mind ran through options the way it always does when something feels off. If he escalated, I could head toward a gas station, toward a hospital, toward a police precinct. I didn't need to say that out loud. Saying it changes the game. He spoke again. Softer, like he was returning to friendliness by choice. You're good at this, he said. Keeping your voice steady, acting like you don't care. I care about getting you where you're going safely, I said. Safely. He echoed it. For who? I didn't answer. He reached forward again, this time toward the passenger side mirror, and adjusted it even tighter on my face. Now I couldn't check my blind spot without looking into his eyes. Every time I needed to do my job, I'd have to see him watching. I could have pulled over and ended the ride right there. Some drivers would, but it was late. The street was empty, and ending the ride puts you in a different kind of danger. Doors opening, someone refusing to leave. Someone stepping out and circling to your window. I wanted this to end the way I could control, with him exiting at a destination. The ride completed, the app record intact, so I stayed professional. I stayed moving. I said, if you keep interfering with the mirrors, I'll have to stop somewhere safe to reset them. The word safe landed between us. He went very still, then he said, "You don't get to decide what's safe." There it was, the shift. The friendliness was gone. The mask had dropped without ceremony, and what was underneath wasn't rage exactly. It was entitlement. The rest of the ride passed in small tense pieces. He kept asking questions that weren't questions. How long I'd lived here, whether I drove the same hours every week, what I did when I wasn't driving. Each time I gave the same kind of answer. Bland, professional, non-committal. I commented on traffic, on road closures, on the route, things that were true and impersonal. He got quieter, not calmer, quieter, like a person who's done making offers. The app announced we were 3 minutes away. I didn't relax. 3 minutes is long enough for a lot of things. When we turned onto the final street, I realized the destination was a mid-rise apartment building with a recessed entry and a small covered driveway. There was a security light above the doors and a camera dome on the corner. Not perfect, but better than a dark lot. I pulled up to the curb under the light, put the car in park, and kept my hands visible on the wheel. He didn't move right away. In the rear view, his eyes were steady, unblinking. The mirror still framed him the way he'd said it. He'd kept it that way. "You did fine," he said at last, like he was grading me. Most people talk more. They try to be liked. I let a beat pass. "We've arrived," I said. "Have a good night." He made a small sound that might have been a laugh. Then he reached forward and with 2 fingers adjusted the rear view one final time, tilting it so I had to look directly at him if I wanted to see behind me at all. "Don't go home right away," he said, still calm. "You'll feel better if you drive a little." I didn't respond. I watched his shoulder shift. The door handle clicked. Cold air rushed in as he stepped out. He stood on the sidewalk beside my rear door for a second, looking at the car like he was memorizing it. Then he walked toward the entrance without hurrying and disappeared into the building. I waited until the door had swung shut behind him. I watched for a moment longer than I needed to, forcing myself not to rush, not to look spooked. Then I tapped the screen and ended the trip. My thumb hovered over the next button the way it always does. Accept, keep earning, keep moving. Instead, I went offline. I didn't just pause requests. I shut the whole thing down. The way you do when you don't want your location updating in real time. I pulled away from the curb and drove 2 blocks before I stopped at a brightly lit gas station. Under the canopy lights, I reset every mirror back to my settings, hands steady now that the pressure had a place to go. I checked my back seat twice, even though I knew he was gone. Then I opened my notes app and typed out the details while they were still sharp, including the line about not going home right away, because it felt like a threat dressed up as advice. I labeled the note with a timestamp, and out of habit from an earlier incident, added the tag so I could find it later if I needed it. I didn't drive toward my apartment. I didn't drive the route I always drove. I stayed on main roads, looped through well-lit intersections, and watched the cars behind me, the way you watch a door you don't fully trust. Nothing followed. No headlights lingered. No familiar grill stayed glued to my bumper. After half an hour, the adrenaline drained enough for me to feel the ache in my shoulders. I stopped one last time in a grocery store lot that had cameras and a late-night security truck idling near the entrance. I sat there with the engine off, listening to the quiet tick of cooling metal, and looked at my reflection in the windshield. I could still feel the phantom angle of the mirror he'd set, the way he'd forced my eyes back to his whenever I tried to do my job. When I finally drove home, I took 3 different streets I never use, turned into my lot without signaling early, and waited in the darkness of my car for a moment before I got out. I watched the empty lane behind me in my correctly angled rear view. I watched until my breathing slowed. That night didn't end with a chase or a headline. It ended with routine things: locking my door, setting my keys down, washing my hands too long in the sink because I wanted the feeling of him in my car to rinse away. But even now, when I drive late and a passenger shifts in the back seat, I feel my eyes flick to the mirror before I can stop it, remembering how easily someone can turn a simple piece of glass into a leash. I was halfway through tracing an old faint spur on my paper topo map when I realized the forest had gone quiet in a way I didn't like. Not the normal hush you get when the wind drops, but the kind where even your own steps sound like you're intruding. It was midday, sun high enough to stripe the trunks, and I was doing what I'd done for years, walking alone, compass in hand, letting my curiosity tug me off the marked trail to see what the map didn't quite explain. I'm the sort of hiker who still carries folded paper maps in a zip bag, even with a GPS in my pocket. I like contour lines. I like old notations. Dashed paths that end abruptly. Tiny squares that suggest a structure that no longer exists. That afternoon, a small square printed near a crease had been bothering me since breakfast. It sat in a shallow bowl between two ridges, far from any maintained route, and the map's legend didn't say much beyond a generic symbol. I told myself I was only going to confirm the terrain, maybe find a foundation, maybe nothing at all, and then loop back to the main trail before late afternoon. The forest in that area was dense, a weave of fir and spruce with undergrowth that grabbed at your shins. The ground was soft with years of needles, and every so often I'd step into a hidden pocket of damp soil that took my boot with it and released it with a quiet suction. I checked my bearing often. The light was good, and the weather was steady, cool, dry air, no storms building, the kind of day that makes you overconfident. After about an hour, the slope eased. The trees thinned just enough that I could see farther than a few yards. I spotted a line that wasn't natural, straight, shadowed like the edge of something square. At first I thought it was a fallen trunk, but then I caught the angle again between branches, and my stomach tightened with that old mix of excitement and caution. A house sat back in the trees, set into a slight depression as if the forest had been trying to swallow it. It wasn't a cabin with a tidy porch or a hunting shack. It was a full residential structure, the kind you'd expect near a road, not miles from anything. The roof sagged in the middle. The siding was warped and split. Several windows were broken, their frames black with rot. Vines and young saplings pressed close as if leaning in to listen. The first thing I noticed, though, wasn't the roof or the broken glass. It was what hung in the windows: purses, handbags, a few small clutches. They were looped over nails or hooked onto bits of wire and arranged across the openings like some strange decoration. The leather was cracked and sun-faded. One was bright enough to have once been red. Another had a patterned fabric that looked like it had been fashionable years ago. Some were so waterlogged and misshapen they looked fused to whatever they hung from. They swayed faintly in the breeze that slipped through the broken panes. I stood at the edge of the clearing and tried to make sense of it. My brain offered ordinary explanations first. Maybe someone had scavenged them. Maybe it was a dumping spot. Maybe it was an art project. But there was something deliberate about how they were placed. Window after window, like a display. It wasn't random trash. I did what I always do when I don't understand something in the woods. I listened. I stood still long enough to hear my own breathing slow down. No voices. No vehicle noise. No radio chatter. Only the small constant sound of the forest needles shifting, something tiny moving in the brush. The quiet I'd noticed earlier felt suddenly like a warning I hadn't earned. I told myself I would not go inside. I could walk closer, take a look, satisfy my stupid curiosity, and leave. I stepped forward carefully, watching the ground for anything out of place. There was an old path of sorts leading to the front. Not a real trail, just an area where the undergrowth had been broken down by repeated foot traffic. That was the second thing that bothered me. The house was remote, but it had been visited, recently enough to keep a track worn. The front door hung open on one hinge. The porch, if you could call it that, had collapsed on one side, boards tilted like broken teeth. I stayed off it and moved along the dirt beside the foundation. Up close, I could smell the house. Not the sharp smell of fresh decay, but the stale, sour odor of long neglect, mixed with something faintly sweet and wrong. The way old trash smells when it's been wet and then dried and then wet again. The purses were closer now, and I could see they weren't just hanging. A few had been fastened so they sat open, gaping toward the clearing. It looked like a row of mouths. I picked one window with intact enough framing to lean toward, without stepping on broken glass. The purse there was a large handbag with a metal clasp. The clasp was open. Inside was a tangle of dark material that didn't match the lining. I should have backed away right then. I should have turned my body and started walking without giving myself time to argue. Instead, I leaned in, squinting to let my eyes adjust, and lifted the edge of the bag with the tip of my trekking pole. Something pale rolled into view. Not a coin, not a button. It was rounded and porous like a small piece of bone. Next to it was a strip of something dried and fibrous that clung to the lining. I didn't poke deeper. I didn't need to. My mouth went dry, and my pulse started pounding behind my ears, loud enough that for a moment I thought it might drown out everything else. I moved to the next window with a purse, smaller, the kind someone would carry to a dinner. Its zipper was half open. I didn't touch it. I just leaned and looked. Inside, something dark and matted sat in a tight coil. A tuft, maybe, hair or fur. The shape of it made my skin crawl because it didn't look like cloth and it didn't look like anything a person would keep. It looked like a piece of something that had once belonged to a living body. I forced myself to inhale slowly through my nose, like I do on steep climbs. My mind kept trying to categorize what I was seeing into safe boxes, animal remains, a hunter's leftovers, someone's sick joke. But the purses, those were personal items. Someone had carried those in a normal life, set them down in cars, on restaurant chairs, on kitchen tables. The idea of them hanging here, filled with anything organic, made the forest tilt around me. I backed away from the window and glanced toward the open front door. The interior beyond it was dim, but not completely black. Enough light came through the broken windows to show the outlines of furniture. A chair on its side, a table with one leg snapped, a scatter of paper on the floor like fallen leaves. The air felt heavier near the doorway. My instincts kept insisting I leave, but another part of me, a stubborn map-obsessed part, wanted one more piece of information. Something clear enough that I could report it without sounding like I'd wandered into a nightmare and come running back with ghost stories. I stayed outside and stepped just to the threshold, keeping my boots in the dirt. I didn't cross into the house. I leaned in and looked at the papers. They weren't random. They were cards, identification cards, driver's licenses, the plastic kind, their faces dulled by grime. A few lay face up, some were cracked, some had been bent. They were scattered across the floorboards and in the dust under a low shelf, as if someone had dumped them and kicked them around. I could make out names, dates, the shapes of state seals, different people, different ages. Not a family collection, not a single wallet spilled, a pile of lives reduced to plastic rectangles. The room held other things too. More purses tossed in a corner, straps tangled together, a few small wallets, one lanyard with a badge sleeve still attached. I saw a key ring with a novelty keychain shaped like a cartoon animal, bright and out of place in all that gray. My throat tightened so hard it hurt. I didn't want to be standing there when whoever had placed those items decided to return. I didn't want to imagine them returning and finding me. The house had that worn path leading to it for a reason, and the purses in the windows weren't meant to be hidden. They were meant to be seen by someone who came close enough. That's when I noticed the dust on the floor inside the doorway wasn't evenly settled. There were marks in it, smudges and partial prints, not old enough to have been softened by time. Something had moved through there, not long ago. I didn't have to identify the pattern to understand what it meant. My body made the decision before my mind finished its argument. I stepped back from the threshold. I turned. I walked away from the house without running at first because running makes noise, because running makes you trip, because running in panic makes you do stupid things. I kept my eyes on the ground ahead and my ears open, and every few steps I glanced back without stopping. The purses hung motionless now. The windows stared at me. The open door looked like it was waiting. I reached the edge of the clearing and the trees closed around me. The moment the house disappeared behind trunks and branches, I started moving faster. My trekking poles clicked against roots. My pack bounced. My mouth tasted metallic, like I'd bitten my tongue. I didn't follow the worn path out. I angled away, aiming for the main trail in the certainty of other human beings. I made mistakes in my haste. I overcorrected my bearing. I had to stop once to check my compass, because the forest can disorient you when you're afraid, and you start seeing shapes in every shadow. But I kept going. Short, hard bursts, listening for a branch snap that wasn't mine, listening for footsteps that matched my pace. I told myself not to picture the purses, not to picture what might be inside them. I tried to keep my mind on practical details, the ridge line to my left, the creek I'd crossed earlier, the way the slope would steepen near the maintained route. But fear has its own logic, and it kept dragging my thoughts back to the plastic cards on the floor, and the idea of how many people it would take to make a scatter like that. When I finally hit the marked trail, the relief was sharp enough to make my knees feel weak. The trail looked different after what I'd seen. Wide, worn, ordinary, like a lifeline. I didn't stop. I followed it at the fastest pace I could sustain, pushing through the last miles with the kind of focus you get when your body has decided it's in danger, and your mind is just along for the ride. Late afternoon light had started to slant when I reached the ranger station. The building sat near a small parking area with a few vehicles. There were people there, hikers checking a board, a family arguing quietly about snacks, someone leaning against a railing with a water bottle. Their presence hit me like a physical force. I walked straight toward the door, and only then did I realize my hands were shaking. Inside, the air smelled of paper and coffee. A ranger at the desk looked up, took one look at my face, and stood. I didn't spill everything out in a dramatic rush. I forced myself to speak in plain sentences, the way you do when you want to be believed. Remote location, off-trail structure, purses and windows, identification cards scattered inside. I told them I hadn't touched anything, that I hadn't gone in, that I'd left immediately. They asked where. I pulled out my map with fingers that didn't want to cooperate and flattened it on the counter. I pointed to the little printed square, traced my rough route, and marked the spot with the tip of a pen they handed me. One of them wrote while I talked, their expression shifting from polite concern to something tighter. When they made their own call on the radio, I heard my description repeated back in a more clipped professional tone. Location coordinates, possible evidence, request for law enforcement support. The ranger's voice was steady, but the people in the room seemed to sense the change. The casual chatter faded. At some point, they gave me a form to fill out, and the header had a code printed at the top that looked like it belonged in a filing system, not on something that smelled like the woods. I stared at it longer than I should have, because my brain was grasping for anything that felt structured. Paper, boxes, lines. A world where things had names and categories, not purses and windows holding pieces of someone else's life. I stayed until they finished taking my statement. I watched through the glass as two rangers loaded packs and gear into a truck. I saw another vehicle pull in that wasn't marked, like the park trucks. The station suddenly felt too bright, too clean, too normal for what I'd brought into it with me. When I finally walked back out into the late afternoon air, the sun was lower and the shadows were longer. People were still there, still living their small, ordinary moments. I sat on the edge of a curb and drank water even though my throat still felt tight. My legs were sore, but it was the kind of soreness that fades. The feeling in my chest didn't. I drove home before dark, but the forest followed me anyway. In the weeks after, I found myself replaying the sight of those purses whenever I packed for a hike. I started sticking to marked trails with a discipline that would have embarrassed the old version of me. I stopped chasing little squares on creased maps. If I saw a faint side path that looked too tempting, I let it stay a mystery. If I noticed a structure shaped through trees, I changed direction without thinking it through. People who don't spend time alone outdoors like to say the woods are peaceful. Sometimes they are. Sometimes they're just indifferent. But every now and then, you come across something that reminds you the trees can hide what people do to each other, and they do it without leaving a mark on the canopy. Even now, when I unfold a map and run my finger along a contour line, my mind returns to that shallow bowl between ridges, the sagging roof, the windows dressed with handbags like warnings. I don't wonder who lived there. I don't wonder why the cards were scattered like leaves. I don't need answers to keep the lesson. I keep to the trails. I note the way back and I leave the off-trail squares alone, because I still see those purses hanging in the light, waiting to be noticed. I noticed him the first week we moved in, mostly because he seemed to be everywhere without ever looking busy. The building was one of those newer multi-unit complexes with clean stucco walls, a keyed lobby door that never quite latched, and a parking garage underneath that smelled like hot rubber and damp concrete. I was carrying a box of dishes from my car when I caught a man watching the elevator doors like they were a stage curtain. He didn't have groceries. He didn't have a phone up to his ear. He just stood in the same spot, hands folded, eyes fixed on whoever came through. At first I chalked it up to coincidence and nerves. New place, new routines, new neighbors. My roommate Danny was the social one. She waved at everybody. I was the one who checked the deadbolt twice, who made sure the blinds were turned the same way at night so no one could see in. I told myself I was being paranoid when I started noticing patterns. The man lived down the hall, 2 doors past the trash chute. He had a neat doormat and a little brass number on his door that looked newly polished. The first time I saw him outside our unit, he was standing near the stairwell, angled so he could see our door without looking like he was staring at it. When I stepped out with my keys in hand, he lifted his head like he'd been waiting for a cue. He smiled. Too quick. Too practiced. He asked if we'd just moved in, like anyone could miss the boxes stacked in our living room. He told me his name. I told him mine. I kept it polite, brief, and I moved on. Then he started showing up at the same times. Morning. I left for work around 7:40. He'd be in the corridor, leaning against the wall by the mailboxes, pretending to read a flyer on the community board. If I came out a little earlier, he was there anyway, shifting his weight like he'd been ready for me. Evening. Danny got home after her shifts around 6:30. She'd come in with her lanyard still on and say, "Guess who I ran into again?" And the answer was always the same. It wasn't just the hallway, it was the garage too. Our spot was along the far wall, and the lighting down there was uneven, bright near the entrance and dim toward the back, where the corners held shadows even at noon. Twice I saw him standing by the elevator doors in the garage, not in a hurry to go anywhere, turning his head the moment my car rolled in. Once, when Danny and I walked in together with takeout, he came out of the stairwell at the exact second we passed, like he'd timed our footsteps. Then I thought he was awkward. "Maybe he's lonely," she said, still trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. I told her it felt like he was tracking us, not just noticing us. Tracking, we tested it without calling it a test, because even saying the word made my skin prickle. One Wednesday I left 15 minutes early and took the stairs instead of the elevator. I heard a door open behind me in the stairwell after the first landing, soft shoes on concrete steps. I didn't look back. I kept my pace steady and walked out into the garage, keys already between my fingers. He appeared from the other side of a support column before I even reached my car. He didn't do anything openly threatening. He didn't touch me. He didn't block me. He just spoke like we'd been having an ongoing conversation I didn't remember agreeing to. He asked where I worked. He asked if Danny was single. He asked whether we liked the building, whether we felt safe here. When I answered with vague, non-committal words, he smiled that quick smile again and watched me unlock my car. That night, Danny found the first letter. It was tucked under our doormat like a coupon or a menu. Plain white envelope. No stamp. Our unit number written in careful block letters. She brought it inside and held it like it might be dirty. "Is this for management?" she asked. I didn't like the weight of it. Too deliberate. Too close. Inside was a single sheet of lined paper. No greeting, no name, just observations written in that same tidy handwriting. It mentioned things that shouldn't have mattered to anyone else. That Danny wore a blue hoodie on Mondays. That I always carried a stainless steel travel mug. That our car keys jingled differently. It described how long it took for us to lock the door after stepping into the hall. It described which shoes we wore when we went down to the garage. The last lines turned my stomach in a way that had nothing to do with horror movie theatrics, and everything to do with someone paying attention when they shouldn't. It talked about how nice it was to see Danny smile when she came home. It talked about how hard it must be for her to live with someone like me. So cautious, so suspicious, like my caution was a flaw that needed correcting. It talked about how he could help if she ever wanted something better. Danny read it twice, and then swore under her breath, anger rising through the shock. This is insane. I didn't argue. I took photos of the letter with my phone, front and back. I washed my hands afterward, even though I hadn't spilled anything. The next day, I installed a small doorbell camera we'd been putting off buying. I told myself it was a normal thing to do, but lots of people did it in apartment complexes now. I also set my phone to share my location with Danny and asked her to do the same. No dramatics, just routines layered over routines. For a few days, the letters stopped. The neighbor still appeared in the hallway. He still turned corners at the same time we did. He still found reasons to hover near the elevator. But the paper under the mat didn't come back, and I almost let myself think my camera had spooked him. Then, 2 weeks later, Danny found another envelope. This one wasn't under the mat. It was on the little table we kept beside the door inside our unit, the table where we dropped our keys the second we walked in. That meant someone had opened our door, or the door hadn't latched, or something had happened in the brief seconds between the lock turning and the deadbolt sliding home. I felt my face go cold. Danny's anger turned shaky. The letter inside was longer. The handwriting was the same, but the tone was different. It wasn't just observation now. It was entitlement dressed up as affection. It referenced Danny by name. It referenced her workplace, the name on her lanyard. It referenced a conversation she'd had on the phone with her sister about visiting their mom the next weekend. It mentioned that I had a habit of checking the peephole before I left, and called it cute. It ended with a line that sat on the page like a thumbprint. He wrote that he didn't like being ignored. He wrote that Danny should come talk to him like a decent person. He wrote that I was in the way. Danny looked at me and I could see the moment her optimism finally broke. "Okay," she said quietly. "Okay, it's him. We didn't knock on his door. We didn't confront him in the hallway. My whole defining trait, if you wanted to label it, is that I don't do reckless." I pulled up the doorbell camera footage. It showed nothing unusual because it only faced outward. The inside table wasn't visible. The door itself looked closed. Our lock beeped in its normal way. Nothing obvious, but the letter existed. That was enough. I bought a secondary latch that evening and installed it above the knob. I put a strip of painter's tape along the inside edge of the door frame at night, so I'd know if the door had been opened. I saved the letters in a folder and wrote down dates and times like I was keeping notes for a project instead of my own life. I printed everything, photos, timestamps, and a safety checklist I'd typed up for myself, and kept it where I could grab it fast. A few days later, I noticed something new. When we walked out of our unit, the neighbor was no longer just around. He positioned himself. He'd stand by the hallway corner where he could see our door directly. He'd lean against the railing at the stairwell landing, so we had to pass within a few feet of him. He'd pause near the elevator panel and then step in at the same time we did, like he was intercepting us on purpose. The timing was too consistent to be chance. Danny tried, once, to shut it down politely. Not friendly, not flirty, just firm. She told him she wasn't interested in talking. She told him the letters needed to stop. She told him to leave us alone. His face changed in the space between one breath and the next. The practiced smile disappeared like it had been a mask he could drop on command. His eyes didn't go wide or dramatic. They went flat. He didn't shout. He didn't even raise his voice much. He leaned slightly forward, close enough that Danny stepped back without thinking, and he told her what he would do if she kept treating him like this. He said he could hurt us. He said he could kill us. He said it like he was describing a household chore. My whole body went hot, then cold. The hallway felt too narrow, the air too still. The elevator dinged somewhere down the corridor, cheerful and wrong. Danny didn't say anything else. Neither did I. We walked away at a normal speed because running would have turned his threat into a chase in my head. We got into our unit, latched the door, and stood there listening to our own breathing. That was the moment the situation stopped being uncomfortable neighbor and became a direct threat. The line was clear. The stakes were clear. I called building management first, because part of being proactive is doing things in order, even when your instincts are screaming. I told the manager we had letters, a pattern of stalking behavior, and a verbal threat. I asked for an incident report to be filed. I asked for cameras in the hallway to be checked. I asked whether there were any prior complaints. The manager sounded careful, the way people sound when they're trying not to promise anything. She told me to email everything. She told me to contact police. She told me to avoid contact. I called the non-emergency line and explained it in the same calm voice I used at work when something was urgent, but had to be handled properly. An officer came out that night. He stood in our living room while I laid the letters on the coffee table like evidence. He looked at the handwriting, the dates, the photos on my phone. He asked us to repeat the threat exactly, and I did, hating the sound of the words in my mouth. He told us to continue documenting. He told us to call immediately if the neighbor approached again, or if we saw him near our door. He told us about protection orders in a way that made it sound like a file in a drawer instead of a shield. He took a report, gave us a case number, and left. After he went, Danny sat on the couch with her hands clenched in her lap. "I don't want to be here," she said, voice small for the first time since we moved in. "I know." I told her, "We'll be smart, we'll be careful, we'll make noise." By noise, I meant paper trails, screenshots, emails, reports. The kind of noise that couldn't be ignored later. The next escalation came from the outside. One afternoon, as I was coming home, I noticed a small black rectangle tucked into the corner of the hallway across from our door, half hidden behind a fake plant management had placed there. At first, I thought it was one of those cheap air freshener dispensers. Then I saw the tiny glass eye in the center, and the angle of it. It was aimed at our front door, not the hallway, not the elevator. Our door specifically. My hands went numb around my grocery bag handles. I set the bags down carefully so I wouldn't spill anything and stepped closer. The device wasn't mounted with anything official. It was stuck on with adhesive, the kind you can buy at any store. A little wire ran behind the plant pot and disappeared toward the neighbor's side of the hall. I took photos from multiple angles. I recorded a video showing the device, our door, the placement. I didn't touch it yet. I called management again and told them there was a surveillance device in the hall, aimed at our unit. I called the police and referenced the case number. While I waited, I stood inside our unit with the chain latched, watching through the peephole. My heart pounded, but my movements stayed measured. That was the only way I knew how to operate under stress. Follow steps, make decisions, don't freeze. Management arrived first, escorted by a maintenance worker. The worker frowned at the device like it offended him. He removed it with gloved hands and placed it in a plastic bag. The manager looked rattled now, no longer careful. She asked if we had any idea who installed it, and I told her the obvious answer, the one we all already knew without naming. When the officer arrived, he took the bag device, wrote notes, and asked the same questions again. He advised us not to engage. He told us to keep our cameras running. He told us to call if the neighbor made contact. His face tightened when I mentioned the wire leading toward the neighbor's side of the hall. That night, the neighbor confronted us anyway. It happened in the parking garage, under the dim lights near our spot. Danny and I had chosen to go together, because we weren't taking chances. I had my phone in my hand, already unlocked. Danny's keys were threaded between her fingers like mine had been weeks earlier. He stepped out from behind a pillar with the calmness of someone who believed he belonged there. His expression was controlled, but there was anger pressed into it, like heat under a closed lid. He didn't greet us. He didn't pretend this was casual. He told Danny she had embarrassed him. He told her we had no right to mess with his stuff. He told her he would make us regret it. His voice rose for the first time, echoing off the concrete. He named our unit number out loud, like it was a claim. I hit record. My thumb shook, but the phone captured his words. He shifted his attention to me. and called me the problem again. He told me, in plain language, that if I kept interfering, he would do something violent. He said he knew when we left. He said he knew when we came back. He said it like proof. I didn't answer. Danny didn't answer. We walked toward the elevator, not running, staying side by side, forcing our bodies to do what fear didn't want to let them do. The elevator doors opened slowly, too slowly, and for a second I thought he would rush us before we got inside. He didn't. He stood there watching, memorizing, like the act of being seen didn't matter to him anymore. The doors closed. My breath came out in one hard exhale. That was the only sound I made. Upstairs, we locked everything. We emailed management the new recordings and asked again for formal action. We called the police and told them the neighbor had threatened us again, and that it was recorded. We asked about a restraining order. We asked what we could do immediately. Over the next days, things moved in slow, frustrating steps, like bureaucracy always does. Management posted a notice about unauthorized devices in common areas. They scheduled a meeting. They requested our documentation again. Law enforcement took our recordings and added them to the report. The neighbor stopped approaching us directly, but that didn't make the building feel safer. It just meant he'd learned to retreat when eyes were on him. Still, I felt him in the routines we built. I felt him in the way I checked the hallway camera feed before opening the door. I felt him in the way Danny flinched when the elevator dinged on our floor. I felt him in the way the garage echoed when a footstep sounded behind us, even if it belonged to someone else. Weeks after the first letter, I stood at our peephole one evening and saw an empty hallway. No neighbor, no hovering, no staged coincidence. The silence should have felt like relief, but it didn't. It felt like the pause after something has been dropped, the moment before it hits the ground. We eventually arranged to move out as soon as we could. Not because we had done anything wrong, but because staying felt like agreeing to be watched. On our last night, I carried the folder of letters and reports out to my car and looked up at the rows of balconies above the garage entrance. The building's lights made neat rectangles on the pavement. Everything looked ordinary. That was the worst part of it. The stalking, the interception, the letters, the device aimed at our front door, the threat spoken in a steady voice. None of it came with dramatic music or warning signs. It was just a man with too much access and too much entitlement, and two people doing everything right and still feeling hunted. When I drove away, I didn't look in the rearview mirror until I was on the main road, and even then I kept my eyes forward, hands tight on the wheel, watching the dark mouth of the parking garage shrink behind me until it was just another shadow in a city full of them. The last bar of daylight was sliding down the ridgeline when I killed the engine and listened to the quiet settle around us. The air smelled like warm sap and granite dust, that late summer mix you only get in the high country where the trees are thick and the rocks are old. My laptop was in the back seat in a padded case, my little field kit beside it, batteries, a compact router, 2 sensor nodes I'd soldered together at my kitchen table, and a cheap directional antenna that looked like something you'd see zip-tied to a boat. We weren't camping for the views. We were there to see if my gear could find anything at all once it was far from cell towers and street noise. It was supposed to be simple. Drive in, hike a short distance off the forest road, set up a small network in a hollow, and log readings until midnight. I'd been teaching myself how to write software that could scrape the air for patterns. Nothing dramatic, mostly a way to test whether the code I'd written could handle bad signal, weird reflections off terrain, and the kind of interference that turns clean charts into spaghetti. Nate and Elise had agreed to come along because they liked the outdoors, and because they trusted me enough to follow me into the kind of places where the map is mostly green. Nate was the practical one, the guy who always brought more water than anyone else. Elise worked with environmental surveys sometimes, and had a knack for reading a landscape the way I read a log file, seeing what didn't fit. We'd left the paved highway hours earlier, and the national forest swallowed us in stages. First the wide dirt road that looked maintained, then the narrower spur with more potholes than gravel, then the kind of track that felt like it existed by habit rather than policy. By late afternoon, The sky between the pines had that thin, high-altitude blue that makes you feel like you can see forever even when you're surrounded by trunks. The only real problem on my mental checklist was time. We were later than I wanted. The last stretch had slowed us down, and my plan depended on having everything running before full dark. Around the next bend, the road stopped being a road. A barricade of downed timber lay across it. Not a natural fall, but a stacked mess. Branches trimmed and angled as if someone had been deliberate about making it hard to climb. A few fist-sized rocks had been wedged into the gaps. It was ugly work, but purposeful. The way it sat there didn't say storm damage. It said keep out. Nate leaned forward over his knees, staring through the windshield. Elise craned her neck as if she could see past the wall of wood into whatever was beyond. I didn't like it, but I also didn't want to turn around immediately. We were still technically on a forest road. There were no signs, no gates, no official closure notices, just a crude obstruction. I pulled over where the shoulder widened and killed the engine. The quiet that rushed in felt too complete, like the trees were holding their breath. We got out and walked up to the barricade. Up close, I saw scrape marks on the dirt, where something heavy had been dragged into place. The branches had fresh pale cuts at the ends, not weathered, recently done. Elise stepped around the edge of the pile, following a faint side path that I wouldn't have noticed. Over here, she said, not loud, but enough to pull us after her. 10 yards into the brush, the ground changed. The pine needles gave way to packed dirt and a patchwork of flattened grass. Someone had been using this spot. There were tire impressions that didn't belong to hikers' trucks, deeper with a tread pattern I didn't recognize. And then there was the smell. It hit like a wave, sharp, sour, industrial. Not gasoline, not campfire, something that didn't belong in a forest. In the center of the clearing was a makeshift arrangement of pallets and tarps. A couple of plastic drums sat under one tarp, the kind you see in warehouses. One had a hazard diamond sticker, partly peeled away. Nearby were torn bags that looked like they'd once held powdered material. There was a shallow trench lined with black plastic sheeting, and in it, sludgy residue clung like dried paint. Unusual waste isn't always dramatic. Sometimes it's just wrong, in a way your body reacts to before your brain does. My eyes watered. Elise pulled her shirt up over her nose. Nate didn't touch anything. He just stood there, shoulders tight, scanning the tree line. There were other details too. Empty gloves, a broken respirator cartridge, a few lengths of hose that had been cut and left. The whole scene looked like someone had set up a small operation, realized it wasn't safe to leave it visible, and then tried to hide it in the laziest way possible by dragging a tarp over it and blocking the road. I felt my curiosity try to muscle past my unease. The programmer part of my brain wanted to label things, connect dots, decide what category this fell into, but the rest of me only knew one thing for sure. This wasn't ours, and whoever made it didn't want company. We backed out the way we came, careful not to step in the trench, careful not to leave tracks over tracks. At the road, I looked both ways, as if I expected someone to come walking out of the trees with an explanation. No one did. We stood by the truck while the light softened and the shadows stretched long. I remember thinking that the smart move was to leave right then, to drive back down to the highway and find a normal campsite near a river with other people in it. But the plan had been weeks in the making, and the spot I'd pinned on my map was still reachable if we parked and hiked around the blockage. My gear wasn't illegal. We weren't there to mess with anything. I told myself we could keep a wide berth and still do our test. That was the first lie of the night, that we could be close to something like that and remain irrelevant. We parked in a pullout a quarter-mile back and shouldered our packs. The detour around the blocked road was steep, through dense woods and over rocky shelves where the soil was thin and the roots grabbed at your boots. The forest had a damp, shaded coolness under the canopy, but the stone still held heat from the day. As we climbed, the air thinned and the sounds changed. The road noise, already faint, disappeared entirely. Even birds went quiet as dusk deepened. Our headlamps stayed off for as long as we could manage, saving our night vision, moving by the last of the ambient glow. When we crested the rise, the land opened into a shallow basin of trees and boulders. Exactly like my map suggested, a line of taller pines marked the edge of a small drainage. It was sheltered. It was remote. It was perfect for what I'd planned. Then I saw the light. It was on the next hill over, not far as the crow flies, but separated by a rocky draw, a steady pale point, too low to be a star, and too fixed to be a plane. It didn't blink. It didn't move. It just sat there, burning against the darkening sky. I took out my phone, even though I knew there wouldn't be service, and checked the compass app. I compared it to the map. I traced the ridges with my finger. Nothing was supposed to be there. No lookout, no radio tower, no marked trailhead. The light didn't line up with any known landmark, and it was in the wrong place to be a distant vehicle. It was also too steady for a campfire. We didn't say much about it. None of us wanted to be the first to admit it bothered us. We were still telling ourselves a story where we were just 3 people camping and tinkering, not trespassing near something that smelled like chemicals. We picked a spot for camp on a flat patch between boulders, where the wind was cut and the ground was soft enough for stakes. I set up my small router and sensor nodes on a folding camp table. The code on my laptop was ready. I had a script that would timestamp and log everything the antenna pulled in, even if it was mostly static. The idea was to collect raw noise and see if anything repeated. While Nate set up the tent and Elise gathered deadfall, I walked a slow loop around our site to get a sense of the terrain. That's when I noticed the trees. At first it looked like normal scarring bear marks, old lightning, the kind of damage pines collect over decades. Then my headlamp beam hit the pattern, and my stomach tightened. Several trunks nearby had rings cut into their bark, perfect circles, spaced evenly, as if someone had taken a tool and scored the tree all the way around. Not one ring, multiple like a barcode wrapped around living wood. The cuts were clean, too clean for an animal, and too precise for casual vandalism. Some trees had 1 ring near the base, others had 2 or 3 at different heights. The wood inside the cuts was pale and fresh, the sap still glossy in places. I reached out, stopped myself from touching it, and took a step back. The rings weren't random. They felt like markers. I called the others over without raising my voice. Nate shone his light along the line of trees and found more. Once we saw them, we couldn't stop seeing them. There were dozens, scattered through the basin, always on trees that were visible from one another, like they formed a loose corridor. Elise didn't guess out loud what it meant. She just stared at the cuts and then looked toward the hill with the steady light. We went on with our setup because stopping would have meant admitting we were in a place we didn't understand. Night came fast, the temperature dropped, the sky turned black and clear, stars sharp enough to look like holes punched through paper. The light on the hill remained, unwavering. My laptop fan hummed softly as it recorded. The sensor nodes blinked faintly. A tiny green LED on the router pulsed like a heartbeat. I tried to focus on the screen, on the comfort of numbers, timestamps, signal strength, things that could be measured, but the forest kept pressing in with its own information. The sigh of wind in branches, the occasional crack of cooling rock, the distant lonely call of something moving through the dark. We ate quickly. We kept our headlamps low. There was no reason to advertise ourselves. Sometime after 10, Nate went into the tent to sleep. He'd offered to take first watch, but I told him I'd be up anyway watching the logs, and that Elise could crash early. She lay down, wrapped in her sleeping bag near the fireless ring of stones we hadn't used. The ground was cold enough that her breath made a faint cloud in her headlamp beam. I stayed at the table, hunched over my laptop, listening. The screen showed nothing special, just a steady wash of weak signals and noise. I made a note to myself that we were too far from everything, which was ironically the whole point. Near midnight, I stood to stretch my legs. My knees popped in the quiet. I walked a few steps away from the table to relieve myself behind a boulder, keeping my light off, using the stars for guidance. That was when I saw movement at the edge of camp. A shape, low and quick, slipping between trees. Not a deer. Not the loose, careless motion of an animal. It paused, crouched near our packs, and the faint glint of something reflective flashed metal or plastic catching starlight. For a second, I froze so hard my chest hurt. My mind tried to manufacture a normal explanation. Another camper lost, curious. But the blocked road, the chemicals, the cut rings, the steady light on the hill, all of it stacked up behind my eyes until normal couldn't hold. The figure shifted again, and I realized someone was going through our things. I stepped forward without thinking, and made the smallest sound, a scuff of boot on gravel. The figure snapped its head toward me. I couldn't see a face, just a dark hood or hat, a silhouette that absorbed starlight. I didn't speak. I didn't want my voice to carry. The figure moved, fast and controlled, backing into the trees rather than running. In 2 seconds it was gone, swallowed by trunks and shadow as if it knew exactly where to step. Elise sat up, suddenly alert, whispering my name with the sharp edge of fear. Nate shifted inside the tent, half awake. I turned on my headlamp and swept it through the trees. The beam caught nothing but bark and branches. The forest returned only the sound of our breathing. We gathered close. 3 lights now, scanning. I walked straight to our packs and the table. It didn't take long to see what had changed. My laptop lid was open wider than I'd left it. The antenna cable had been disconnected and reconnected. Not properly. The twist lock seated wrong. One of the sensor nodes had been moved. The little tripod legs splayed at a different angle. Nate's cooler had been unlatched. Elise's water filter was out of its pouch, set back in like someone had examined it and decided it wasn't useful. A stranger had put their hands on our equipment or on our food, on the things we needed to get back out. Nate stepped out of the tent fully awake now, his posture tight, eyes wide in the headlamp glare. He didn't ask for details. He didn't have to. He saw the same signs I did. The opened zippers, the shifted gear, the careless way my antenna connection had been disturbed. That was the moment my curiosity finally died. Not slowly, not philosophically. It dropped out of me like a tool slipping from numb fingers. We killed the router and shoved it into a bag. I saved the logs to a backup drive with shaking hands, more out of habit than hope. Elise rolled her sleeping bag fast, tight, not bothering to make it neat. Nate collapsed the tent without folding it properly, just stuffing fabric into its sack. The light on the hill was still there. It felt closer now, not in distance but in relevance, like a watchful eye that had finally turned toward us. We moved with headlamps low and bodies angled inward, keeping our beams from splashing through the trees. We didn't argue about whether we should leave. The forest had made the decision for us. The hike back to the truck was harder in the dark. Rocks that had been obvious in daylight turned into ankle traps. Roots snagged. The slope felt steeper on the way down. Every snapped twig behind us made my shoulders jerk. Once, far off, a sound echoed. Something metallic, like a tool striking stone. Then silence. I didn't stop to interpret it. I didn't want to. We reached the pullout and piled everything into the truck without sorting. My hands fumbled the keys. The first turn of the ignition sounded too loud, like we'd fired a gun. As we drove, my headlights swept over the blocked road again, the crude wall of timber like a warning left in plain sight. I didn't slow down to look toward the hidden clearing with the chemical smell. I didn't want to see it twice. The forest road unspooled ahead, narrow and unforgiving. I drove faster than I should have, bouncing through potholes, wincing at the scrape of undercarriage on rock. The farther we got, the more my breathing eased, but not by much. My mind kept replaying the shape at the edge of camp, the way it had retreated smoothly, the way my gear had been handled, with a kind of indifferent familiarity. We didn't speak until we hit the wider dirt road closer to the highway. Even then, the words came out thin and clipped like we were afraid of giving the night too much shape. Back in town, under streetlights and normal noise, I unpacked my equipment and found traces I couldn't explain away. A smear of something oily on my antenna connector, a faint chemical odor in the fabric of my pack, and a shallow indentation on the casing of my sensor node like it had been pressed in a gloved fist. I wrote everything down while it was still sharp. I saved it in a folder on my drive with a label I'd never used before, a tag that meant, to me, that this wasn't just another experiment log. I never went back to that basin, even though the map still shows it as open forest, and even though part of me still wants to know what the rings on those trees were for. Curiosity is easy when it feels like a hobby. It becomes something else when a stranger's hands have been in your gear, and your camp, and your space, and the dark around you feels organized. Sometimes I wake up and see that steady light in my mind, fixed on the wrong hill where nothing is supposed to be, and I remember how quickly the forest taught me the difference between exploring and trespassing. The last customers always moved like they were underwater, slow and distracted, drifting between the dim kiosks and the bright storefronts with their hands full of bags they didn't look at. That night, I was wiping fingerprint smudges off the glass case at my little electronics kiosk, watching the mall lights reflect back at me in long white strips, and thinking about nothing more dramatic than getting home before my mom fell asleep on the couch with the TV on. It was late enough that the music had switched to the softer playlist. Most of the gates were half down. The food court smelled like fryer oil that wouldn't ever leave the tiles. From where I stood, I could see the security desk near the main entrance, and the faint glow of the escalator sign blinking like it had a tired pulse. I was 17, and I was proud of that job in a way I didn't admit out loud. It wasn't glamorous, but it was mine. I knew the cases, the cables, which screen protectors fit which phones. I could ring someone up without looking at the buttons. I liked the small, tidy logic of it. That was why it bothered me so much. Later, that I couldn't remember the exact moment my attention slipped. He appeared at the edge of my kiosk like he'd stepped out from behind the pillar where the mall map was bolted to the floor. No shopping bag, no phone in his hand. Just a man in a dark jacket with his hair combed flat, and a face that didn't match the late-night energy of the place. Everyone else at that hour looked a little loose, a little tired. He looked composed, focused. He waited until I looked up from the glass and then moved closer, stopping at the counter like he was about to order something off a menu. He asked for directions to a place I had never heard of, the name clipped in specific, like a street address inside the mall. I told him the obvious things first. There wasn't anything by that name on our directory. Maybe he meant the store next to the old fountain. Maybe he meant outside the mall. I pointed toward the nearest exit, the one that led to the parking garage. He listened without changing his expression, then reached into his jacket and pulled out a photograph. It wasn't on a phone. It wasn't printed on cheap glossy paper from a home printer. It was a physical photo, about the size of my hand, with a white border that looked slightly worn at the corners like it had been handled too many times. He held it carefully, between two fingers, and placed it on my counter as if he was setting down evidence. I didn't touch it at first. I just leaned forward and looked. The picture showed my kiosk, not from the angle a customer would have. It was taken from higher up, like from a balcony or a second floor railing. My display lights made a bright rectangle in the center of the image. Around it, the mall floor stretched out in that polished marbled pattern that looked clean, even when it wasn't. And behind the counter, under the harsh kiosk lighting, was me. I recognized my own posture before I recognized my face. One shoulder slightly raised because I'd been holding the store phone between my ear and my shoulder. My hair pulled back too tight because my manager had told me it looked more professional. My hands were in motion, mid-gesture, like I was explaining something to someone. If you looked close enough, you could see the small mole near my jaw that I'd spent all of sophomore year trying to cover with concealer. My skin went cold in a way that didn't match the climate-controlled air. I asked him where he got it. He didn't answer. His eyes stayed on me, not the photo. I remember that detail because it felt like the wrong kind of politeness. Most people glance down when they show you something, the way you check that the other person is looking at the same thing you are. He didn't need to check. He knew exactly what he'd placed in front of me. I slid the photo a few inches back toward him with the edge of my finger, like I was afraid it might stick to my skin. I tried to keep my voice even, tried to make it sound like I was annoyed instead of scared. I said it had to be a mistake, that someone must have taken it for advertising or something, and that it was creepy. He still didn't change his expression. He asked me if I could identify the person. The question hit me wrong, like a step on a stair that isn't there. Identify the person, as if I didn't already know. I said it was me. I heard how small my voice sounded when I said it, like I was a kid again. He nodded once, slow, and that was the first emotion I saw from him at all. Not satisfaction exactly, but relief, like he'd been waiting for the last piece of a puzzle to click into place. Then he asked again for directions to the place he'd named at the start. I told him I couldn't help him. I said he should ask security, and I pointed toward the desk. My hand shook when I lifted it. I kept my other hand pressed against the edge of the cash drawer, as if holding onto something solid could keep my thoughts from scattering. He picked the photo up. Before he put it away, he flipped it over, and I caught a glimpse of writing on the back. Not a message, not a date, just a strange string, printed in a way that looked like it came from a label maker or a receipt printer. I stared at it long enough that I know I didn't imagine it. Long enough that my brain tried to make it into something familiar, like a barcode, like an order number. It didn't resolve into anything that made sense. It just sat there on the back of a picture of me, like it belonged. He tucked it into his jacket and in the same calm voice, told me to have a good night. Then he walked away. Not fast, not slow, just steady. He didn't look back at me, but I watched him anyway until his figure blended into the darker part of the corridor where the lights were already dimming for closing. For a few seconds I couldn't move. The kiosk lights hummed above my head. The mall music drifted from speakers I couldn't see. Someone laughed somewhere far off, and it sounded too loud, too normal, like it belonged to another night entirely. The next part is the part I used to replay, over and over, like I could rewind it and find the precise frame where everything went wrong. I remember turning back to my register. I remember trying to check the time on the tiny clock display. I remember my hands moving without my brain fully catching up. A woman came up a minute later, maybe two, holding a phone case in one hand and a soda in the other. She wanted to exchange the case because she'd picked the wrong size. I'd done exchanges 100 times. It was routine. Scan the return, scan the replacement, make sure the system prints the right receipt. Easy, but my thoughts were still on the photograph, on the angle it had been taken from, on the fact that I had never seen anyone point a camera down at my kiosk from the upper level, on the way he'd asked me to identify myself like it was a test. My eyes kept flicking toward the corridor where he'd disappeared. I processed the exchange too quickly. I didn't pause to double-check the totals. I let the register pop open, and I closed it again, my fingers already reaching for the next step. I remember the printer chattering, the receipt curling out warm, and the customer's impatient posture as she shifted her weight and glanced at her watch. When she walked away, I stared down at the drawer and realized something was off. I couldn't have told you what in that moment, just that the numbers in my head and the weight of the bills didn't match. I told myself I'd fix it at close. I told myself it was just the adrenaline and the weirdness, making me doubt my own routine. At closing, my manager came by with his clipboard. He was the kind of guy who liked rules because the rules made him feel taller. He checked my display, made sure everything was locked, asked if I'd had any issues. I almost told him about the stranger, about the photo. The words rose up like a bubble in my throat, but the mall was closing. The gates were coming down. Security was doing their rounds. I didn't want to be the dramatic kid with a creepy story. I didn't want to sound like I was making excuses, so I didn't say anything. We counted the drawer together under the harsh kiosk light. The bills lay in neat stacks, but the total came up short. Not a little short. Enough that my manager's mouth tightened and his eyes narrowed like he'd been waiting to catch me doing something wrong. He accused me without using the word. He said it wasn't possible for the system to be wrong. He said he'd trained me better than that. He said shortages came from one thing. My ears rang. My hands were suddenly too warm, too damp. I tried to explain that I'd been distracted, that someone had come up and he cut me off and asked who. I told him a stranger, and the second I said it, I heard how flimsy it sounded. He wanted details, name, description, proof. I had none. I had the photo in my head, but I didn't have the photo itself. I didn't have a security guard to back me up. because I'd never walked over to the desk. I hadn't called anyone. I hadn't even written the time down. My manager filled out his report. He made me sign something that said I acknowledged the shortage. He said they'd review the camera footage, but his tone said he didn't expect it to help me. I went home with my uniform shirt folded under my arm, and my stomach twisting like I'd swallowed something sharp. My parents were still awake when I got in. My mom asked why I looked sick. My dad asked if someone had followed me to the car. I told them the broad version, the version I could say without sounding insane. I said a man had been weird. I said I got rattled. I said the register ended up short. My dad's face went hard in a way I hadn't seen since I was little, and he thought someone was trying to take advantage of me. He wanted to march back to the mall that second. My mom kept asking what the man looked like, what he wanted, where the photo could have come from. I sat at our kitchen table and tried to describe a person whose most defining feature was that he didn't seem to have any defining features. Dark jacket, flat hair, calm eyes, a voice that didn't rise or fall. The next day, my manager called and told me not to come in. He said they were letting me go. He said it was policy. I asked about the cameras. He said the footage didn't show anything useful. He said it didn't change the fact that the drawer was short. He said he was sorry in the way people say it when they aren't. I hung up and stared at my phone for a long time, waiting for it to ring again, waiting for someone to tell me this was all a misunderstanding. No one did. For weeks afterward, I felt like the mall was watching me, even when I wasn't there. In school, I'd glance up at the second-floor balcony railings in the cafeteria or the library, and imagine a camera lens peering down. At home, I'd close my bedroom curtains before dusk. Even though our street was quiet, I'd flinch at the click of a neighbor's car door. I went back to the mall once, a few days after I was fired. With my mom, we stood by the fountain and looked up at the level above where the photo must have been taken. There were benches along the railing, and a row of coin-operated binocular viewers meant for looking down at holiday decorations. I hadn't even noticed them before. A security guard told us cameras were everywhere, but he couldn't show us footage without a formal request. My mom asked if they kept records of incidents. The guard shrugged in a way that made it clear he'd heard too many strange stories to care. We left without anything concrete. I remember the mall air being too dry and the lights being too bright, and feeling for the first time in my life like I didn't belong in a place I'd been 100 times. Years passed. I got another job, then another. The mall kiosk became a story I told as a cautionary tale about being careful with money and not letting customers rattle you. I told it like that because it was easier than telling the truth, which was that I'd been undone by a photograph that shouldn't have existed. But even as time moved on, small things stuck. I started keeping my phone face down whenever I could. I turned off notifications for apps I didn't need. If an unknown number called, my pulse jumped and my mouth went dry, even if it was just a wrong number or a spam call. I stopped posting pictures of myself in public places. When friends tagged me, I asked them to take it down. I told myself it was about privacy, about being smart online, but I knew there was something older underneath that, something that had nothing to do with the internet. It was the feeling of being seen without consent. Every once in a while, I'd dream about that picture. In the dream, I'd be leaning over the counter again, the mall lights whitening everything, and I'd look up toward the balcony and see a figure holding a camera. In the dream, the figure's face was always indistinct, as if my mind couldn't decide which stranger to assign it to. In real life, it never resolved. I never found out who took that photograph. I never found out why the man wanted me to identify myself, why he cared enough to carry a physical print into a quiet mall at closing time. I never found out what the place name meant, whether it was real or just a way to start the interaction. I never even found out how my register went short in a way that could cost me my job. Maybe I miscounted. Maybe I hit the wrong button. Maybe the exchange I did while my thoughts were elsewhere created a cascade of small errors I couldn't undo. That's the part I can explain to myself on a practical level. Teenagers make mistakes. People get distracted. Managers fire employees for less. The part I can't explain is the calm certainty in that man's eyes when he watched me recognize my own face. The fact that someone had chosen that angle, That distance, that exact moment, the fact that the back of the photo carried a printed string that didn't look like any lab marking I'd ever seen, as if it belonged to a system that didn't belong to them all. Even now, when my phone lights up unexpectedly in the dark, my first thought is never the obvious one. It's never who could that be. It's always how did they get to me. On certain winter nights, when I'm in a bright store and the aisles feel too open, I still find myself glancing up toward the high corners where cameras might be tucked. I still picture my own life frozen in a rectangle of glossy paper, passed from hand to hand without my knowledge, carried in someone's pocket like a map. And sometimes, for no reason I can name, I'll see that mall corridor again, the gates half down, the music softened, the stranger's jacket disappearing into the dimmer light, and I'll feel the same cold certainty settle into my chest, as if I'm still standing behind that counter, and someone is still looking down at me from above. Snow had been falling sideways for so long that the streetlights looked bruised, like their halos had been rubbed raw by the wind. I pulled my hood tighter and stepped up into the bus with my shoulders already hunched, bracing for that familiar rush of stale heat and wet fabric. The door side shut behind me, sealing in the smell of thawing slush and damp wool, and I knew right away there wouldn't be room to breathe, let alone sit. Every seat was taken. The aisle was a narrow channel of bodies swaying in place, boots planted in puddles that didn't belong to anyone. The windows were fogged so completely that the city outside had turned into smudged gray watercolor, streaked with the occasional headlight flare. Somewhere near the front, the driver's radio crackled and then went quiet again. No one looked up. Everyone had that winter storm expression, half annoyed, half resigned, eyes trained on nothing. I found the only gap I could, a spot near the rear door, where I could wedge myself between a pole and the last row of seats. I held my bag in front of my chest, not so much as a shield as a habit. I commute every day. I've learned the small rituals that keep you intact. Zip your pockets, keep your balance. Don't make eye contact too long. Don't give your space away unless you have to. The bus lurched forward, tires hissing over packed snow, and the crowd shifted as one organism. My shoulder brushed someone's sleeve, then another. Normal. A crowded bus is a constant negotiation of inches. Then something pressed into me and didn't move away. At first I assumed it was just the sway of the ride. The bus rocked, and bodies adjusted, and sometimes you get pinned for a second until the next stop redistributes everyone. I tightened my grip on the pole and leaned the smallest amount to my right. The pressure followed. It was a person behind me, close enough that I could feel the heat through my coat, and not in the accidental way. The contact was steady, deliberate, not a shove, not a stumble, a slow sustained press against the back edge of my shoulder and upper arm, as if they decided that was where they belonged. I turned my head just enough to see without inviting conversation. A stranger tall, dressed in a dark coat with a collar turned up. Their face was pale under the bus's harsh ceiling lights, features set in a neutral line, no expression of impatience, no embarrassed grimace, no sorry mouth shape you get when someone's crowded. Their eyes weren't fixed on me or away from me. They seemed to be looking through the window fog, past the glass, into the storm itself. The pressure increased by a fraction, like someone leaning their weight onto a shopping cart. I shifted again, using my bag to create space. I angled it behind my elbow so it would occupy the gap between us, the way you do without making it obvious. The bag's fabric rasped against my coat. For a second, the pressure eased. Then the stranger moved with me, not suddenly, smoothly like a shadow matching a turn. The bag was no longer a barrier. It was pinned between my body and theirs, compressed until I could feel the hard edges of what I carried. Keys, a notebook, a spare glove, pushing into my ribs. My stomach tightened, the kind of instinctive clench that doesn't need words. I tried to tell myself it was nothing. The bus was packed. The roads were bad. Everyone was miserable and stuck. Maybe they didn't notice. Maybe they were half asleep on their feet. Maybe the driver had braked hard and the stranger had found balance by leaning on me without thinking. But every time the bus swayed, The pressure didn't waver the way accidental contact does. It stayed anchored. It stayed intentional. The next stop came with a high-pitched squeal, and the bus dipped as it pulled up. A few people got off, and a few more pushed on, faces red from the wind. The doors opened and a gust of snow-scented air sliced through the heat, bringing in that clean metallic bite that comes with deep winter. The crowd tightened again. The stranger didn't move away. If anything, they used the shift to get closer. Their coat was wet at the shoulder, and I could feel the cold dampness seeping through the layers where it touched me. It wasn't enough to soak, just enough to make my skin prickle, a tiny patch of chill in the middle of all that bus heat. I focused on details like that, because it felt safer than focusing on the fact that a person was pressed to me, as if we were sharing the same body. I adjusted my stance, I planted my feet wider, angled my hips, and leaned forward a little, trying to create a wedge of air. It's a commuter trick. Change your center of gravity. Make yourself inconvenient to lean on. The stranger adjusted too. Their boots slid a few inches. Their posture changed in a way I could feel more than see, and the contact remained. It wasn't clumsy. It was patient. My eyes flicked over the other commuters. A woman in a knit hat stared at her phone with the brightness turned low. A guy with headphones had his eyes shut, jaw moving slightly like he was chewing a thought. A teenager clutched a backpack to their chest and looked out the window like the fogged glass might show them somewhere else. No one was paying attention. No one was going to read my discomfort unless I made it a scene. The driver's voice came over the speaker, muffled and flat. Something about delays. The bus crawled forward again, tires grinding through slush. The stranger's breathing wasn't loud, but I could sense it, a steady rhythm behind my shoulder. Not hurried, not strained, just there like an engine idling. I shifted my bag again, bringing it higher, using the strap to pull it tight against my chest, and then angling the bottom outward, trying to wedge it between us at shoulder level. The move was subtle enough that it could be explained as normal balancing. The stranger's weight followed the new angle. The bag buckled inward. My shoulder was pinned more firmly than before, and I realized with a quiet spike of dread that they were not simply letting their body drift. They were choosing the contact repeatedly, regardless of how I arranged myself. A stoplight flashed green outside, blurred into a vertical smear. Snow struck the windows in little wet taps that sounded like fingertips. I kept my face neutral. I kept my breathing even. I watched the reflection of my own eyes in the glass and tried to look like a person who belonged, like someone who wasn't afraid, because the bus is a place where fear can turn you into prey without anyone meaning it. But the longer it went on, the more my thoughts tightened into a narrow tunnel. The bus noise, the heater fan, the occasional cough, the faint music leaking from someone's earbuds, fell away behind the sensation of being crowded out of my own space. My skin felt too close to the surface. My coat suddenly seemed thin. At the next stop, I tried a different tactic. When the doors opened and the crowd shifted toward the exit, I moved with them as if I might get off, sliding sideways into the opening they created. It wasn't much of a gap, but it was something. The stranger slid with me. They didn't have to. There was no reason in the geometry of that bus for them to mirror my movement so precisely. Other bodies filled the space we left behind, but the stranger stayed attached to my position, as if we were connected by a taut line. I glanced back again, sharper this time. Their face was still blank. Their eyes met mine for the briefest moment, and there was nothing there to grab onto. No annoyance, no curiosity, no apology, just that steady, unexpressive calm. The doors hissed shut. The bus pulled away. I felt a sudden urge to speak, to say something simple and direct. Please give me space, you're too close. But the words stuck behind my teeth, not because I was shy, because on a crowded bus at night, in a storm, every confrontation becomes a performance, and you don't know who will help, who will stare, who will decide you're the problem for making noise. So I endured. That's what I did. I endured like everyone endures bad weather and late buses and wet socks. I tried to turn endurance into something solid. I focused on the route. I watched for landmarks through the fogged windows. The bright square of a pharmacy sign, the blurred outline of a park fence, the faint glow of a gas station canopy. I timed the stops by the way the bus slowed. Engine strain, brake squeal, the gentle forward sway of bodies. All the while, the stranger kept pressing. It wasn't always the same point. Sometimes it was my shoulder. Sometimes it was the edge of my back. A subtle shift that made my spine stiffen. Once, when the bus jolted over a patch of uneven snow, the stranger's hand came up as if to steady themselves, and the fingers landed against my upper arm and stayed there a second too long. Not gripping, not grabbing, resting, claiming. I forced my arm to move, not jerking away, just sliding my sleeve out from under their touch like it was nothing, like it was purely a matter of comfort. My pulse had climbed into my throat anyway. The bus grew hotter as it filled. Wet coats steamed. The air tasted like rubber and salt, and the faint sour of old coffee. The windows fogged more, and someone near the front wiped a small oval clear with their glove to peek out, then gave up when the fog returned immediately. The stranger's coat brushed my neck. I could feel the texture of it, the damp nap of fabric, and it made my skin crawl. I adjusted my scarf, pretending that was the reason I was moving, pretending I wasn't looking for a layer between my body and theirs. My stop was still several neighborhoods away. Normally I would have gotten off early and walked the rest, if I felt uncomfortable, but the storm had turned the sidewalks into drifts, and the wind was sharp enough to hurt your eyes. The streets were emptying. The idea of stepping out alone into that white blur with the bus lights sliding away behind me didn't feel like an escape. It felt like trading one trap for another. The bus hit another rough patch and lurched. A few people cursed under their breath. The driver slowed, careful. The stranger's pressure increased, and for a moment I couldn't inhale properly because my chest felt compressed by my own bag and their weight. My hands tightened on the pole until my knuckles ached. I stared at the emergency exit decal on the window, the little diagram that showed a person pushing glass outward. It was absurdly calm. That diagram, a cartoon solution to a problem that was very real and very human. At one stop, a group of people pushed toward the rear door, and the crowd around me shifted enough that I could have slipped into the empty space they left. I moved, quick but controlled, stepping into that opening. With my shoulder angled away, the stranger moved too. They weren't chasing in a frantic way. They weren't pushing through people aggressively. They simply occupied the space I tried to occupy, as if my movements were cues and they were following choreography. I felt them settle behind me again, close enough that my coat was flattened against my body, where theirs touched it. A cold, clean thought landed in my mind. They are doing this on purpose. I didn't look back that time. I kept my gaze forward and scanned the faces around me again, trying to find any sign that someone else noticed. A man across the aisle glanced up briefly, eyes flicking over the packed bodies, then down again. Another commuter shifted their weight inside. No one reacted. No one gave me the small social permission that says, "Yes, I see it too." My phone buzzed in my pocket with a notification I didn't check. The vibration startled me more than it should have, because it reminded me how trapped my hands were, how limited my movement had become. I adjusted my grip on the pole and slid my bag strap higher on my shoulder. The stranger's pressure stayed constant, unbothered by my fidgeting. The next few minutes were the worst, because the bus slowed to a crawl behind a line of cars creeping up a hill. We weren't stopping, so there was no reshuffling. The bodies around me became still, braced. The hum of the engine deepened. The heater fan whirred. Snow rattled softly against the roof. With the bus moving so slowly, the stranger's weight had nothing to excuse it. No sway, no jolt, no sudden break. Just their body pressed into mine, unhurried. I tried to shift my shoulder forward a fraction. They leaned forward with me. I tried to step half an inch left. They stepped with me. I felt my breath quicken. I forced it slow. I stared at the condensation running down the glass in thick lines, like the window was sweating. In my head, I drafted an incident report in the plane. Factual style my job requires. Time, place, sequence of events. No emotion. It was a coping mechanism. A way to keep my fear organized. Later, when I actually wrote it down for myself, I labeled it with a note I still have saved in a folder I never opened. The bus finally crested the hill and picked up speed. The sudden motion made the crowd sway. Someone's elbow jabbed my side. A backpack strap slid across my sleeve. The stranger pressed harder and my shoulder rolled forward under the force. My stop was close. I watched for it with an intensity that made my eyes sting. The familiar intersection appeared as a blur of red brake lights and white snow. The bus sign above the driver flickered with the route number, then the stop name, then blank again. When the bus slowed, I didn't wait for the usual gradual shuffle. I leaned toward the rear door, preparing to push through as soon as it opened. The crowd was thick, but people usually make room when they see someone aiming for the exit. It's one of the last small kindnesses left in public spaces. The bus braked. The doors hissed. Cold air surged in. I moved. For a heartbeat, I thought the stranger might cling to me, might press in one last time, just to prove they could. My muscles tightened for it. My grip on the pole released, and I shoved my bag forward, using my own momentum to carve a path. The stranger's body shifted behind me, close enough that the air between us felt charged. Then someone else stepped into the gap, and the pressure broke, not because the stranger chose to stop, but because the physics of bodies changed. I slipped through the door and down onto the curb. The cold hit like a slap. Snow immediately dampened my eyelashes. The wind took the breath right out of my mouth and replaced it with that sharp metallic taste. Behind me, the bus doors sighed shut, and the interior lights turned the windows into glowing rectangles of steam and shadow. I stood there, shoulders hunched, watching through the fogged glass as the bus pulled away. I tried to pick out the stranger's face among the crowded silhouettes, but the condensation smeared everything into indistinct shapes. For a moment, I thought I saw someone standing exactly where I had stood, near the rear door, perfectly still, head angled toward the window as if watching me watch them. Then the bus turned the corner and the light vanished into the snow. I walked home with my hood up and my bag clutched tight against my chest, boots crunching through fresh drifts that filled in my footprints almost as soon as I made them. The storm swallowed sound. The streetlights hummed above me. Every so often, I glanced back at the white empty street, half expecting to see a dark coat moving smoothly in my wake, matching my pace without hurry, without expression. All the way to my door, my shoulder felt wrong, like the shape of me had been pressed and held and released too late, and the cold night air couldn't quite erase the memory of that steady weight behind me. At 2:13 a.m., I stood barefoot on my second-floor kitchen tile and watched the water in my glass tremble in faint, rhythmic pulses. It wasn't the refrigerator cycling or the pipes cooling. It was footsteps directly overhead, pacing the exact rectangle of space where my ceiling met someone else's floor, each step landing with a patient certainty that made my throat tighten. When I shifted my weight from left foot to right, the steps above shifted too, like a cursor snapping to follow my movement. I'd moved into the building 3 weeks earlier with the kind of optimism that comes from a signed lease and a clean start. The place was old brick that held heat, a narrow stairwell that smelled like dust and lemon cleaner, mailboxes with dents and faded name labels. It sat in a busy part of the city where buses sighed at the curb and delivery trucks rattled over potholes. I'd toured it in daylight. Everything looked solid. The manager, Mr. Halverson, had emphasized quiet tenants and no drama, like it was a feature. I work as a back-end developer, which means my days are predictable even when the code isn't. I wake early, make coffee the same way, sit at the same desk, solve problems that stay inside a screen. Routine is my baseline. That first week, I arranged my apartment like a small system. Shoes by the door, keys on the hook, dishes rinsed immediately, laundry on Sundays. I didn't want to know my neighbors beyond nods in the hallway. On my second night there, I ran into the upstairs neighbor on the stairs. She was coming down as I was coming up, and we did that cramped, polite shuffle people do when neither wants to be the reason someone falls. She introduced herself, Trina, and told me she lived above me. Her smile was bright in a practiced way, like she'd rehearsed it for whoever moved into my unit. She asked what I did for work, where I was from, whether I'd like living there. I answered in the short, neutral tone I use with coworkers I don't know well. Before she moved past me, she suggested we exchange contact information in case something comes up, because old buildings have quirks. It felt normal enough. The older neighbor across the hall, a man named Leon with silver hair and an impressive collection of potted plants, had told me the same thing on move-in day. It's good to know who to call if the water heater acts up or you smell gas. I handed Trina my number and saved hers, thinking it was one more small act of urban cooperation. Her first message arrived before I'd even finished unloading my last box. It was friendly. Then another. Then another. At first it was simple check-ins, asking if I'd found the best grocery store nearby, telling me which nights the street parking was a nightmare, warning me that the mailbox lock stuck in cold weather. I replied with polite thanks, then set my phone face down and went back to unpacking. By the end of that week, the messages had shifted. They became longer, more personal, and strangely certain about me. She remarked on when I came home, what time my lights went out, which window I opened in the morning. She'd say she hoped my work call had gone well, when I hadn't told her I had a call. She'd mention the smell of my dinner, garlic, cumin, toasted bread like we'd shared the meal. I told myself it was just the way sound carried in an old building, and that some people paid attention in ways I didn't. Then came the footsteps. It started as a coincidence I could shrug off. I'd walk from the living room to the bathroom, and a second later I'd hear someone above make the same crossing, the boards creaking in the same pattern. I'd stop in the hallway to brush my teeth, and the steps above would stop. I'd pace while thinking through a stubborn bug in my code, and the pacing above would begin, steady and unhurried, as if I'd accidentally set a metronome for someone else's night. I tested it without meaning to. One evening, I got up from the couch and stood near the entryway, staring at the deadbolt, trying to decide if I'd go out for food. I stood there long enough that my legs started to ache. Above me, the steps stopped too, hovering. When I finally walked back toward the couch, the steps resumed, matching my route. My phone kept lighting up with Trina's messages. She'd write about feeling energy through the floors, about how the building connected people who were supposed to meet. She used my name often, and every time she did, it felt like she was tugging on a thread tied around my wrist. I tried being slower to respond. I tried being bland. Nothing changed. If I didn't answer, she sent more. Late at night, the building's normal noises softened into the background. The distant elevator cable, the groan of plumbing, the occasional burst of laughter from the street. The footsteps, when they came, were the clearest thing in the world. I started wearing headphones without music. I started timing my showers for midday. I started typing more quietly, like my keystrokes might be an invitation. One afternoon, I found a note slipped under my door. It was folded neatly, the paper thick like stationery. My name written in careful letters. I stood in my entryway with it in my hand, listening for movement in the hall. The note didn't threaten me. It didn't ask for money. It didn't even ask for anything concrete. It described a deep connection, one that she said had existed since the moment I moved in. She wrote that she understood me, that she could sense what I needed before I knew it. She wrote about being in sync, about how our daily rhythms were already aligned. Reading it made my skin prickle. Not because of any single sentence, but because it felt like someone had been watching me build my routine and calling it intimacy. I didn't respond right away. I didn't know how. My first impulse was to ignore it and hope it burned itself out, like a software glitch that resolves after a restart. But the next night, the messages came in waves, each one more convinced, more familiar. The footsteps above were constant. I began to dread the sound of my own floorboards because I knew the ceiling would answer. On a Saturday morning, I finally did what I should have done earlier. I wrote a simple message asking for distance. I kept it direct and civil. I said I appreciated neighborly communication, but the frequency and tone of her contact made me uncomfortable, and I needed it to stop. For a few hours, nothing happened. My apartment felt lighter, like I'd opened a window in a stuffy room. I went out for groceries, I did laundry. I tried to reclaim the day. That night, the footsteps were worse than ever. They didn't just mirror me, they anticipated me. I'd shift on the couch, and the boards above would creak as if someone leaned over the same spot. I'd stand to fill my water glass, and the ceiling would answer before I'd cross the room. I turned off my lights and lay in bed with my phone in my hand, watching the glow reflect off the wall. A new message arrived. She said my request had hurt her, that she had only been kind, and that my rejection was aggressive. She wrote that she didn't feel safe anymore. She wrote that she might need to take steps. I didn't sleep much. The next morning, I sat at my desk and did something I'm trained to do in my job. I documented. I took screenshots of every message thread. I saved the timestamps. I exported logs. I created a folder on my laptop and labeled it the way I label work incidents, dry and unromantic, like naming the thing might make it manageable. I even made a note to myself with an odd little tag, as if this could be filed away like any other problem. I hesitated to contact the manager because I didn't want to be the new tenant who complained. I told myself to give it another day. Then my phone rang in the middle of a work sprint, and the caller ID showed the building office. Mr. Halverson's voice was tight. He told me there had been a complaint filed against me for harassment. He said it involved unwanted contact and intimidation. He asked if I could come by the office after work to discuss it. For a moment, everything in my apartment looked unfamiliar, like I'd shifted into a parallel version of my own life where I was the problem. My first thought was that it had to be a mistake. My second thought was that it wasn't. The timing was too perfect. I'd set a boundary, and within a day the system had been flipped. I was now on record as the threat. I didn't argue with him over the phone. I asked what the complaint specifically claimed. He said he couldn't go into details then, but it was serious enough that it had to be addressed. He suggested I bring any relevant communication records. When I hung up, I stared at my message thread with Trina until the text blurred. My hands felt cold. My job revolves around building and maintaining systems that behave predictably. This was a human system, and it was doing the opposite. I went across the hall and knocked on Leon's door. I didn't want to drag him into it, but I also didn't want to be alone with the story in my head. When he opened the door, his face tightened as soon as he saw mine. He didn't ask for details right away. He stepped into the hallway like he understood privacy better than most. I told him in a steady voice I didn't fully feel that I was having issues with the upstairs neighbor, and that there'd been a complaint against me. Leon's eyes didn't widen in surprise. They narrowed like he was focusing on something far away. He didn't offer gossip. He didn't feed the drama. He only said he'd noticed the upstairs tenant fixating on people before, and that the manager had dealt with something like it in another building years ago. He told me he'd be willing to confirm that I'd been quiet, that he'd never heard me shouting, never saw me loitering outside anyone's door. It wasn't a full defense, but it was an anchor. That evening, I walked down to the small office off the lobby with a folder on my laptop and a knot in my stomach. The lobby smelled like old carpet and someone's cologne. The security camera in the corner blinked steadily, indifferent. Mr. Halverson sat behind a desk with a stack of papers in front of him. He looked more tired than annoyed, which made me even more uneasy. He asked me to sit. He slid a form across the desk, an internal incident report, and summarized the complaint in clipped language. Trina claimed I'd been sending her repeated unwanted messages, that I'd been trying to contact her late at night, and that I'd been following her movements in the building. I felt heat rush up my neck. I opened my laptop with hands that shook just enough to make me angry at my own body. I told him I had the full message log. I told him I hadn't initiated the contact. I told him I'd asked for distance and that the complaint arrived immediately afterward. He held up a hand, not to stop me, but to slow the pace. He asked me to email the screenshots and any exports I had. He also told me, carefully, that he'd already asked Trina for her records. The air in that office went thick. He was running an investigation, not a conversation. I understood that. I also understood how easily a false accusation can become a shadow you can't shake, even when it's disproven. My routine brain kept trying to turn it into a checklist, provide evidence, establish timeline, identify inconsistencies. My emotional brain kept picturing my name on a police report, Over the next few days, I moved through my apartment like everything was being observed, not just by the upstairs tenant, but by the building itself. I kept my phone charged. I saved every voicemail. I wrote down when I heard footsteps. Late at night, I'd sit at my desk with the lamps low and listen to the ceiling, trying not to react. The sound was always there, pacing and pausing, answering my movement with its own. Trina's messages didn't stop completely. They changed tone. She wrote about records and proof. She wrote that she'd already done what she had to do. She sent long paragraphs about my behavior that didn't match anything I'd done. I didn't respond. I let the thread accumulate like a backlog I refused to process. One afternoon, Mr. Halverson called again and asked me to come down. His voice was calmer this time, almost relieved. When I arrived, he had my printed message logs on one side of the desk and Trina's on the other. The difference was stark. The timeline in my records showed her initiating, escalating, and persisting. Her records were incomplete, with gaps and cropped screenshots that cut off context. Some of the messages she claimed I'd sent did not exist on my phone, not in any export, not in any carrier log. He told me he'd seen this pattern before. Not exactly with me, not exactly in this building, but in the way a person could weaponize the idea of harassment when the real issue was control. He said he'd made calls to previous landlords listed on her application. He said there were prior incidents of similar complaints and neighbor conflicts, always with the same shape: intense contact, a rejected boundary, then a retaliation through management or police. Hearing it laid out like that didn't make me feel victorious. It made me feel sick. If it had happened before, it wasn't an accident, it was a tool. Mr. Halverson said he was proceeding with a notice to vacate. He used formal language, the kind that keeps everything clean if it ever ends up in court. He also said he wanted me to keep documenting until she was gone, and to call him directly if anything escalated. He asked if I felt safe. I realized I didn't know how to answer that without sounding dramatic. That night, the footsteps overhead became frantic, looping from one end of the apartment to the other. I stayed still in my living room, phone in hand, lights on, curtains open like visibility could protect me. I heard a door slam upstairs. I heard the thud of something heavy dragged across the floor. Then, after midnight, there was a long silence that felt like the building holding its breath. Over the next week, I saw Trina only once, briefly in the stairwell. She kept her head angled away from me, her posture stiff. I didn't speak. I didn't slow down. I kept my gaze on the chipped pane of the handrail and counted the steps only by the feel of my feet landing, not by number, not by ritual. Behind me, I heard her pause, as if waiting for me to react. I didn't, on moving day. A rented van idled outside, exhaling exhaust into the cold air. Two people I didn't recognize carried boxes down the stairs. Trina stayed mostly out of sight, but I heard her apartment door open and close, the hallway echoing with the small violence of everyday movement. Leon stood in his doorway with his arms folded, watching without staring. Mr. Halverson was there too, clipboard in hand, polite and firm, a presence meant to keep the process procedural. When it was over, the building returned to its usual noises. The elevator cable sang. Someone's television murmured through a wall. A radiator clanked. I sat at my desk and stared at my code until the lines made sense again. The absence overhead felt like a physical change in air pressure. That night, I walked from my kitchen to my living room and listened. The ceiling did not answer. I stood still, then took a step, then another, waiting for the familiar mimicry, the echo of someone tracking me through wood and plaster. Nothing followed. I poured water into a glass and watched the surface remain smooth. I'd expected relief to feel like a clean break, but it wasn't. It was more like realizing you've been holding your shoulders tight for weeks and only now noticing the ache. I didn't delete the folder of screenshots. I backed it up twice. I kept my routine, but I stopped assuming routine meant safety. At 2:13 a.m., I stood barefoot on my kitchen tile again and stared up at the ceiling, at the blank expanse that had once felt like a second set of eyes. The building held its silence. Outside, a bus sighed at the curb. In my glass, the water didn't move, and the stillness felt almost loud, like the last vibration of a bell after someone's finally let go, and everything that comes after is just the sound of being alone again, for better or worse, with no footsteps waiting to match mine. The first time I heard the lock beep, I thought it was just the house settling into one of its weird little electronic moods. Our front door has an electronic keypad instead of a normal deadbolt, and it chirps sometimes when the batteries get low, or when someone brushes the buttons too fast. I was home alone on a bright ordinary afternoon, and I was halfway through dumping a basket of clean laundry onto my bed. Sunlight was coming in hard through the blinds, striping my carpet like a barcode. Everything felt too normal for anything bad to happen. Then the lock beeped again, and then a third time, in the same tight pattern. 3 beeps. 3 wrong tries. It took my brain a second to catch up, because it was such a specific sound. Not the friendly little chime when you get the code right. Not the long annoyed tone when the door is held open. 3 sharp beeps that meant someone had just entered an incorrect code. I froze with a t-shirt half unfolded in my hands. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe right for a moment. Like if I stayed still enough, the sound might reverse itself and become something else. My parents weren't due back until dinner. My little sister was at a friend's house. There was no reason for anyone to be touching that keypad. The lock beeped 3 times again. This time it was closer to a rhythm, like whoever it was had a plan. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. The pauses were what scared me. A kid messing around would mash the buttons fast, laugh, run off. This was someone trying a sequence, waiting for the response, trying again. My first dumb impulse was to go see who it was, like I was answering the door for a package. My second impulse was to pretend I wasn't home and hope it went away. Both of those impulses felt equally stupid as soon as I had them. My heart was already sprinting in my chest, and my hands went clammy around the shirt. I set the laundry down as quietly as I could, and stepped into the hallway. The house felt different when I wasn't making noise. The fridge hummed. The air vent clicked. Somewhere outside, a lawn sprinkler hissed and ticked in steady arcs. Normal suburb sounds that suddenly felt like camouflage. The beeps came again. 3. Wrong. I moved toward the front door with my socks barely lifting off the carpet. The entryway has a little side table with a bowl for keys and junk mail. On the wall above it is the keypad for the security system, the one my dad insisted on installing after someone stole a neighbor's bike. I stared at that keypad like it could tell me what to do. I didn't arm the system right away. I don't know why. Part of me worried it would make some noise that would tell the person outside I was inside. Part of me was still trying to decide if this was real. Another set of 3 beeps. I edged closer to the door and leaned toward the peephole. The peephole makes everything look curved and far away like a fisheye lens. And the first thing I saw was hands. Big hands. Not gloved, not shaking. 2 fingers pecking at the keypad with annoying patience. Then the person's face slid into view as they leaned in, like they were trying to see if the screen displayed anything helpful. He was a stranger, not a neighbor I recognized, not a delivery guy, not anyone I'd ever seen at school. Late 20s or maybe older, hair tucked under a baseball cap, hoodie pulled up even though it wasn't cold. He kept his head angled down so the brim shaded his eyes. The only time I saw his eyes clearly was when he glanced over his shoulder, quick and practiced, scanning the street. I felt my stomach drop, like I'd stepped off a curb that wasn't there. He tried again. Tap, tap, tap. The lock answered with the same 3 beeps. He didn't look surprised. He didn't look frustrated. He just shifted his weight and tried something else. As if he'd done this before, and had time. My brain started doing that thing where it drags up every scary story I've ever read, and tries to staple it onto the situation. The guy outside wasn't just someone at the door. He was a person trying to break into a house he didn't know for sure was empty. He was guessing, betting. I backed away from the peephole and put my ear close to the door. I could hear the faint click of the buttons through the wood. I could also hear another sound, low and distant, like an engine idling. At first I thought it was a lawnmower. Then I realized it was too steady. Too close to the curb, I forced myself to move again. I went to the narrow window by the front door, the one that looks out toward the driveway. I didn't lift the blinds all the way, just enough to angle one slat and look. There was a car parked on the street, not directly in front of our house, but close enough that the driver could see our front steps. Dark sedan, windows tinted. The driver's silhouette was still, facing forward, waiting. That was the moment my fear turned into something sharper. This wasn't someone confused about the address. This wasn't a salesman. This was an attempt. I stepped back, grabbed my phone off the kitchen counter, and held it so tight my fingers hurt. My thumb hovered over the emergency call screen without hitting it. I've thought about that hesitation a lot since then. I think part of me didn't want to make it real by dialing. Part of me worried if I called and they heard my voice, they'd get angry. Part of me didn't want to be the kid who overreacted. Then the lock beeped 3 times again, and it snapped me out of the fog. I moved to the security keypad and punched in the code with shaky hands. The system chirped, and a little light turned on. Armed, I didn't bother with the silent mode. I took a breath that tasted like dust and laundry detergent and adrenaline. I walked back to the door and planted my feet like I was heavier than I felt. I didn't open it. I didn't even touch the knob. I just raised my voice at the wood and the glass, and whoever was outside trying to make my house their problem. I shouted that I was calling the police and that the security system was armed. It came out louder than I expected, the way your voice gets when your body is flooding itself with panic. I didn't say anything clever. I didn't threaten anything beyond that. I just made it clear someone was inside, aware and not quietly hiding. Through the peephole, the stranger jerked his head up. For the first time, I saw his eyes. They went wide in an instant, scanning the door like it might suddenly crack open with a person behind it. He took a half step back like he'd been burned. He didn't argue. He didn't try the handle. He didn't linger. He ran, not a casual jog away like someone embarrassed. He sprinted off the porch, down the walkway, and across the front yard in a straight line like he'd rehearsed it. He yanked open the back door of the waiting sedan, dove in, and the car lurched forward before the door even fully shut. Tires hissed on pavement. The whole thing was fast and ugly, like an animal bolting. For a second, I just stood there, staring through the peephole at an empty porch. My own reflection ghosted faintly in the glass. My ears rang from how loud I'd yelled. The house felt too quiet after the beeping, and the sprint, and the engine peeling away. Then my hand started shaking so badly I almost dropped my phone. I locked the deadbolt manually out of habit, even though the electronic lock was already locked. I checked the security keypad again, as if it might have been a dream and the light would be off. It was still armed. I finally hit call, not 911. I called my mom first because I was 15 and my brain still wanted my parents to solve problems with their adult voices. It went to voicemail. I called my dad. Straight to voicemail. They were probably in a meeting or driving through a dead zone. That made my throat tighten in a way I didn't expect. I hated how alone I suddenly felt in my own house. I called the non-emergency line next because I kept thinking, what if he comes back? What if the car is circling the block right now? I gave the dispatcher my address, told them someone had tried to enter codes into our front door keypad, told them I was inside, and told them the person ran off in a dark sedan with tinted windows. My voice sounded steadier than I felt, like my body had moved the panic deeper so my words could work. While I waited for an officer, I did the dumb thing people always do after they survive a scare. I checked everything like I could retroactively prevent it. I looked at every lock, back door, sliding glass door, garage entry. I closed curtains I'd never bothered to close in the middle of the day. I turned off the TV I hadn't even been watching because the silence made me hear my own heartbeat too much. I stood at the kitchen window and watched the street like I could catch the sedan reappearing by staring hard enough. Nothing happened. A patrol car showed up maybe 15 minutes later. The officer walked up our driveway, like he'd done it 1,000 times, one hand resting casually near his belt. I opened the door only after he was close enough for me to see his badge clearly through the peephole, and even then I kept the chain on until he asked me to take it off. He was calm, which helped. I explained again. The beeps, the peephole, the way the guy kept trying, the car waiting, the way he ran when I yelled. The officer nodded and wrote it down. He asked if there were cameras. We didn't have any outside, just the security system. He asked if I knew any neighbors who might have cameras aimed at the street. I didn't. He suggested I tell my parents to check with a few houses nearby. He also told me something that stuck with me. These kinds of attempts often happen in broad daylight because people assume no one is home and because it's easier to blend in. Before he left, he stood on the porch and looked at the lock like it was personally offensive. He tested it, made sure it was functioning, and reminded me not to open the door for anyone I didn't know. It was obvious advice, but it landed differently after you've watched someone try to brute force their way into your life. After he drove away, I sat on the stairs in the hallway and stared at my phone until my parents finally called back. When my mom's voice came through, my throat did that tight thing again, but I kept it together long enough to tell her what happened. She came home early. My dad left work. They looked at the lock logs and saw the failed attempts stamped with the exact time, neat and digital proof that it hadn't been my imagination. My dad took screenshots like he was capturing evidence from a crime movie. I took one too, partly because I wanted to remember, and partly because I wanted something to point at if anyone ever told me I was exaggerating proof. That night, my dad installed a camera. The next weekend, he changed the code and made a rule that no one used anything remotely guessable. We talked to neighbors. One of them said a similar thing had happened, 2 streets over, someone testing doors in the afternoon. Another neighbor mentioned a dark sedan they'd seen idling once in front of a different house. It all sounded like gossip until I realized how easily it could be connected. I still think about the sounds, more than the sight. The beeps. Those 3 short, mechanical acknowledgments that someone was trying to translate our front door into a math problem they could solve. When you have an electronic lock, you get used to trusting it the way you trust gravity. You don't imagine someone standing on your porch calmly tapping numbers like they're trying to crack a safe while you're 10 feet away holding a t-shirt. Sometimes, when I'm home alone even now, I catch myself listening for that pattern. Not because I expect it, but because my body remembers how quickly a quiet afternoon can turn into a situation where your voice is the only barrier you have. I don't picture the stranger's face anymore. I picture the porch after he ran, empty and sunlit, like nothing had happened at all,